certainly I think gives me great hope and optimism, going forward.
Billy?
I'm sorry.
You don't often see teams improve like yours did in the playoffs. Sometimes they elevate play, but just to see guys improve, what do you chalk that up to as you think back about these last 4 to 6 weeks?
Well, I think it's human nature, but coming out of the All-Star break, we obviously struggled, and we played against really, really good teams, and they were coming very, very quickly. And I felt like, and I said this at the time, I felt like our team needed to go through that in order to find what we needed to do to reach our fullest potential. I think the thing that got lost and nobody talked about, in the playoffs was Dallas was really injured, and they made it very, very physical, and we were really challenged. Then we had a chance to play 13 straight games against 2 teams that set historical marks in the history of the NBA. When you play that level of competition, you can't help but get better and improve. And I always felt like the harder it was for our team, because they're resilient, because they're competitive, because they work hard. When you play against that level, it forces you to raise your level. So for us, the last 13 playoff games were clearly against 2 of the greatest teams of all time in this league.
Billy, you said the other night that what you're most excited about is the kind of sustaining the habits that you guys were able to build over the course of the season. Can you kind of lay out some of the characteristics of your team that you saw develop and grow that you want to kind of initiate again in training camp coming up?
I really felt like as we're going through, and again, this being my first year, me getting to know the players getting to know me, there's a transition, there's an adjustment period, but the way these guys were open-minded all year long to want to get better, to try to improve, to work was really good. We've got an opportunity to utilize what happened here this season and transfer it into next year. But we got to utilize it in the correct fashion in order for us to grow and develop. And I think the first thing you have to do is you have to have a high sense of humility in terms of really looking at it for what it was and how do we improve and how do we grow and how do we get better from this. And then being able to come back next year and take the things that helped us evolve into a team that was playing very well at the end of the year and try to pick up from that point and try to continually grow and evolve again.
Billy, is it going to feel like you're back in college when you sit down with Kevin, having to recruit a guy?
Yeah, I don't think I'll be recruiting him. I don't look at it as recruiting. For me, it's been over 100 games with Kevin. Obviously for him, in this decision, it will be his decision. I'm there in any way he needs. But I think when you've been with somebody for basically an entire year, and it was a year ago at this point in time when he was coming off his foot injury that we had a chance to spend a lot of time. So, Kevin will go through this process, and I'm going to respect his wishes of, taking his time and evaluating it and making the right decision for himself.
What would your pitch be?
Excuse me?
What would your pitch be?
I'm not going to get. I have nothing to do with this. This is Kevin's decision. I don't think it's about me posing a pitch. Kevin's very bright. He obviously has had an incredible impact on this community and this organization, and obviously the organization, the community love him a great deal as well. This is about Kevin, and if he needed anything from me, I would be there to talk to him about anything. But this is about what Kevin wants to do, and it's his decision.
He's been really good about not really even addressing it. Is he that way inside the doors? I mean, do you have any clue at all what he's going to do?
I don't, and I will say this, as a coach, and this being my first time going through this, I could not be more impressed with the way he handled this year, because it wasn't necessarily about Kevin. Kevin's a very humble guy. It wasn't necessarily that Kevin was going to draw lighter attention to it, but everywhere we went, people wanted to talk about it, and he never allowed it to get into the team. And I really, really respected that and admired that. He put the team first, and Kevin made an enormous amount of sacrifices this year to try to help our team get better, from being accustomed to playing the entire first quarter to then being okay coming out with 6 minutes to trying to do different things on the offensive, defensive end of the floor. I mean, he was terrific. So he allowed, by just putting all his focus on the team, he allowed us to improve and get better. And it was never, ever a challenge of having to deal with all that stuff.
What did you learn about Kevin Durant in this 100 games this 1 year that you didn't know? I mean, you knew a lot about him when you got here. What did you learn about him?
Great work ethic. I think deep down inside, he's got a lot of composure and poise. I think he's continuing to evolve as a leader. I think leadership for him is very important, and I think he is a great leader and wants to keep getting and growing in that area of his game, in terms of lifting people up around him. I thought coming down the stretch of the playoffs, the way he verbalized to the guys and communicated with the guys was really terrific. And I think the other thing, too, is on a personal level, just who he is as a human being. I have great, great respect and admiration for who he is as a man.
Obviously, Golden State's going to be in the running for the next few years. What do you think this team needs to do to be able to get over that hump that it wasn't able to do the last 3 games of the series?
I don't necessarily look at it that way. I look at it as the next year's next year. It's a totally different year. We'll have to start over again. There's a process that we have to go through. I think the experiences that Dion got and Ennis got and Steven got and Andre Robertson got, and even though Cameron didn't play a lot in the playoffs, he got a chance to play during the season. I think our young guys, I'm excited and optimistic about their growth and their development. So we need to keep getting better. We need to keep improving. And I'm hopeful that the experiences that we went through here in these playoffs will give us an opportunity starting next year to build off of that.
What's going to be your process in regard to the lead assistant position? And have you gleaned anything from Monty in terms of where he stands?
Well, Monty's not going to come back. My feeling right now, I mentioned this, someone was asked, the most important thing to me is staff chemistry. And I've said this before, that if you're going to try to build a team and you want your team to be cohesive and have really, really good chemistry, then it starts with the coaching staff. I think you got to be able to model that. So for me, I want to first and foremost find somebody, and it could be someone inside of the own organization. It may be someone from the outside. Certainly I'll sit down with Sam and we'll talk about it. But the chemistry part of it's the most important thing to me. I'm at this level, there's plenty of really, really good, competent coaches, X and O wise. But to me, it's so much deeper than that, because if you don't have good staff chemistry, the length of the season, it's too hard. That's got to be the first part. It's got to be someone that really fits in.
When do you start that? When do you start contacting people, or has that?
Yeah, I mean, I'll probably start to sit down. I mean, obviously, just getting back in yesterday, I haven't had a chance. That's certainly something on my plate that I've got to deal with. But I'll start to evaluate that and, talk to Mo and talk to Mark Bryant, Darko, and guys on our staff, and really try to find, figure out what we need to help us grow and help us get better as well.
Really, the playoffs can be a chess match in terms of move, counter move, a lot of adjustments that go on in the series. It seemed like you enjoyed that aspect of the experience you had diving in that way. Is that accurate? I mean, did you enjoy that?
I did enjoy it. The thing that I think was fascinating for me as a coach was, like, I think there's, you get into a series and how can I find ways? Like, so for example, like this last series, it was hard for Ennis matchup-wise in certain situations. But, like, instead of just shelving him and saying, okay, he just can't play in the series, that's, like, easy. How do I find out and figure out ways to get him in there where he can make a little bit of an impact? Now, the last 2 games, games 6 and 7, it wasn't like he played big minutes, but we put him in position where, his 8 or 10 points, that helps. I think the same thing could be said about Andre in early in the series against Golden State. It was like, well, they're not playing him, and you got to take him out and play somebody else. Well, how can I generate and put Andre in position where he can be effective? I enjoyed that to me, because I feel like as a coach, you try to put your personnel in the best situation and take advantage of how teams are guarding them and what may be available. And from game to game, that's going to change. But I think that's the part of you get an opportunity to grow and you get a chance to think about the game on a different level.
Up on that, I know it's early, but would a goal with you for Andre to be to continue to work with him as kind of that small ball 5-4 and his passing and ball handling in those situations?
Well, that's a great point because I thought going into the year that we had flexibility roster-wise with stuff, but there was a lot of different lineups that were really played, coming down the stretch. Obviously, you had Steven Ennis got a chance to play quite a bit together. We got into, as you mentioned, Andre playing with Serge and almost being a center at times. We played conventional lineup as well. We played Steven with basically, 4 guards. So there's a lot of different things I think we can look at, going into next year that evolved and happened this season that, because of the roster and its flexibility, allowed us to do some different things.
How comfortable are you with this current roster that they can get over the hump next year?
I just don't look at it like getting over the hump. I've never viewed it that way. This is a process for our team to continue to evolve and get better. We need to improve. I think going into the last 2 playoff series against San Antonio and against Golden State, everybody would agree that what those 2 teams did was historic. So we competed very well against both those teams. It's not about getting over the hump. It's about can we improve and get better and be better next year than we were this year. That's the biggest challenge.
What do you see as those areas you most need to improve?
Well, I felt like coming out of games 3 and 4, obviously being up, you get into situations against teams that have won championships that understand how to go a little bit deeper in terms of trying to take it to another level. And we got a chance to be a part of that with Golden State. And if you look at those games where we were able to win, the rebounding margin was huge. You look at the last several games, the rebounding margin wasn't as great as it normally was. That, to me, was more of those guys really taking it to a different level. I thought the series forced our guys to dig down deeper. I think we can dig down even deeper. And we can the more you get challenged and pushed like that, I think the more you have a chance to grow and flower. So that's what it's to me. It's going through where, in order to evolve into the best you can be, you have to endure. And sometimes the endurance of going through painful losses and struggles and those kind of things, that endurance allows you to evolve into maybe, as we talked about, getting over the hump or the next step. That's what you got to do. You got to endure this to take another step. And I think, can we come back next year with the mindset, okay, we got to start over again in this process of trying to build back up. But I'm very optimistic about these guys.
Do you feel like this is a team, we saw a lot of ups and downs in the regular season.
Yeah.
It was more of an up trajectory in the playoffs. Is this a group that can do that trajectory throughout the season? Is that maybe one of the things that will come out of the growth of these playoffs?
Probably with me being new this season, if you were to draw a line of progression, it probably was, up, down, and that's the way it normally goes. I don't think it's ever just smooth sailing all the way up. I mean, listen, even in the playoffs, game 1 against San Antonio, we lost by 30. We played pretty well against Golden State in game 1 and find a way to win the game. We come back in game 2 and we get, blown out. So you're going to have those moments. But the trajectory of our team is sometimes you got to take some steps down before you can go back up. And I think that happened. But again, for me being new and going through this with these guys and us getting to know each other and during that process, I think that always takes some time.
Billy, anything that kind of surprised you about the pro game coming from college that maybe you weren't expecting this year?
No, not really. The hardest part or the most challenging part was to try to develop and build relationships with these guys in a short period of time and try to get to know them. And obviously, I've said this from the very, very beginning is, how do I create an opportunity for them to be efficient and effective both individually and collectively as a team? And you get a chance to learn guys' habits and, what they're like in pressure situations. That was a process to be able to go through that. I think the game part of it, just having a chance in the off season to watch so much film, that probably was really, really helpful to me. But I felt like because of the preparation of the people here with me, I felt like I was really, really prepared when the season started. And the biggest thing for me was going to have to be getting to know the players and tinkering with different lineups and trying different things and taken some risks lineup matchup just to get a feel of our team, because you can watch it on film, but when you start coaching them, you got to kind of get a feel for yourself as well.
Russell's first team All-NBA, arguably his best season. Where did you see him improve most from the beginning to the end?
I just believe Russell will do whatever he can do to help the team win. Again, last year at this point in time, I was being asked questions about Russell, that he was the scoring champion, Kevin was coming back, could these guys exist, all this other stuff. And just talking to Russell, and not knowing him a year ago at this point in time, I never got that sense from him. He played with Kevin, obviously, his whole entire career, so he knows what Kevin can do. I thought Russell was really, really well balanced. He obviously averaged a lot of assists. He, the triple doubles, the rebounding, everything. He had a great year all the way around. And I think Russell is a player that will do what is ever asked for him to do to put his team in the best position to win.
During the season, we talked about you putting guys in positions that they're not used to doing certain things, particularly your big men. I mean, how did you see that bear fruit, and did you see that in particular players? Like, how did you see that?
Yeah, I mean, I saw Serge get better handling the basketball. Enes Kanter being able to stretch his range and shoot three-point shots. To see Steven, the way he evolved in terms of rolling to the basket, and he and Russell connecting on a lot of lob dunks. His post-up game had gotten better. I thought his transferring of the ball from one side of the floor was very, very good. Our big guys really got better, and obviously Serge has been here for a while, has been a key component to the team. But I think when you look at Enes and you look at Steven, those guys being relatively young, it was good to see them evolve the way they did. Thank you. I appreciate everybody this year. You guys were great this year to work with, so thank you.
Yeah, I'm gonna hit the can first.
It's fine. I just need to get it plugged in.
I'm not going to be here all day. I got to go to softball. So, I could be here forever.
Fred? I don't mind doing that. I have 6 years. Actually, you wouldn't. Otherwise, you bring more. 17. Is that like his answer? It's all right. Steve can edit. People don't mind on team. Every time he says really, it's why. Matt, kick that bag forward and that bag. Just get it out of your way.
Oh, is that yours? No, that's fine.
Kick it forward if you want. Get in your way.
The only difference is I was wearing Serge shoes. They were changed. And we dressed in the same, time
Does this mean you and Kevin? to the beach, like on the south side of Oklahoma City. We'd be set. If we could see, top five shooters of all time on our team. College style.
People think that the league is
Oh, yeah.
But you never see his face. Like, you see the outline. Oh, he's a predator out of Europe. A couple months later, he's a predator out of Shawnee.
I'm just kidding.
None of this
I had like a yellow, in that, it's right there in their bag. Kevin Durant. Every side. Good idea.
Yeah, my wife. Sometimes it depends.
Because I don't think I did last week, but it was after a playoff run. Doesn't matter to me. And did something that didn't conflict that I was only half the guys, maybe they started a lot later. So I think that makes sense.
What is not? Oh, he's great.
It'll be short. Whatever it is.
Listen to it. I got it on tape. I'll transcribe it. Split it all up. Whizbang said he's doing, Axel said he wanted to do Durant.
So filling my bartender duty. I cannot tell you how many times.
How many autographs you signed?
having, guys?
Kevin, overall, just how would you describe this season with the Suns?
It was a fun one. It was a fun one. It was exciting to be a part of this group, fairly new group, a new coach, new coaching staff, new players. I thought we did a great job of getting better each and every day. And me as a leader, I'm very proud to be a part of such a group that fought for each other every night, sacrificed, and we're great teammates throughout the whole season. So it was definitely fun.
Kevin, when you make your decision this summer, what are the factors that go into that decision?
When I sit down and think about it, man, to be honest, I really haven't put that, that list together, I guess. But, just being around great people, being in a great basketball environment, that's the two most important things for me. That's all I really care about. Who I'm going to be doing life with every single day, who I'm going to be playing basketball with every day.
Kevin, around March, there was a report that you were looking to be recruited and courted like LeBron James in your free agency the way he was back 2 years ago. I mean, taking multiple visits to cities, listening to pitches. Is that what you want?
I never said that. That's not who I am. No, I mean, I'm whatever this thing entails, I'm willing to take it head on. But I'm not that type of person. I mean, that's not really, like I said, my two most important things for me is, being around great people and, having fun playing basketball. So, all that other stuff that comes with, being who I am or being in this position is not really for me. It's not really what I'm concerned with. So I never said that. Obviously, you could say that about any player in this position. So, but yeah.
Kevin, a year ago today, you were in a boot and, wheeling stuff around. Can you just, as you look back on the last 12 months of your life, are you proud of just the strides that you've made in all aspects of your life?
Yeah, me and Sam was just talking about that just now. I was in his office at the same time. Well, not the same time, but around this time last year, and on the scooter in a cast. So, a lot has changed in a year, and just grateful that I got to, I was able to stay with it and keep my head focused to, move past that phase and get, making it to this point. That's an accomplishment for me in itself. So it means a lot. It means a lot that I had the support here and people here to help me kind of get through that time. And it was definitely something I'm always going to remember and just know I learned a lot of lessons from that time as well. So, it's cool. It's cool to be here walking.
The fact that you've been through long playoff runs before, but because you missed all of last year, did you appreciate this a little bit more so than others?
Yeah, most definitely, man. I was so excited. I'm sure you guys could tell. The first few games in the playoffs, I was just so excited to be a part of that atmosphere again and to be back on that level. It was just amazing. I appreciate every single moment. I always revert back to me being injured because that was first time something got taken away from me that I love so much, and it just made me appreciate every moment. Because you easily talk about, the end result of things, but the whole journey. We talk about the end result. If it's not where it should be, then it's a failure. But I look at it as like, look, man, this is an important part of my life. This memories is something I'm always going to carry. And it was just great to be a part of, to be on the court playing in that atmosphere again.
How much of a challenge was it?
The fans here are very loyal, and they're obviously anticipating your decision. What would be your message to them for respect of what you're going through and maybe to honor what you're going through? What would be your message to the fan base?
Well, just know I respect, the fans here. I love them. Obviously, it's something that I'm try to take care with my close family and friends, my close, my tight-knit circle that I have. And, it's not like I'm trying to keep anything away. It's just that it's something that is so important, and it's just a huge decision. I want to keep it within, the people I trust, just to keep it there. I guess I don't know. I just want some time to like really decompress and reflect on this season, so I can move on with this summer and move on with the this whole process. So it may seem like I'm not talking, I'm not giving information or whatever, but I'm just really trying to make sure, I tie everything up properly and make this thing right. So, kind of hard explaining that question, answering that question, but hopefully you got what I meant.
The idea of a one-year deal has kind of been floated out there a lot. What's kind of your thought process of potentially a shorter-term deal can make you a lot more money down the road?
It's too soon, bro. I really haven't thought about that. I'm sure I'll talk to who I need to talk to figure out the numbers and all that stuff that goes on. But right now, like I said, I'm still reflecting. I'm still in Game 7 mode right now. I'm still trying to get out of that, and we're just reflecting on a year and hanging out with my teammates. These next few days while we all here in OKC. I think that's one thing I'm really focused on right now. But once give me, like I said, a few weeks to really, wind down a bit, and then, I'll start having those discussions.
You mentioned your tight-knit circle. Russell Westbrook's obviously got a decision a year from now, too.
Yeah.
I mean, is he part of the people you'll talk to, about the future?
Yeah, it's kind of hard to talk to, one of my teammates. Obviously, we've been through a lot. We know each other very, very well, but it's one of these things where I just I got to just hear from me and hear like what I want and talk to myself on what I need and how I can make this thing work for myself and just try to be a little selfish a bit. And obviously I want to ask for advice, but I also want to make the decision that's best for me. And I'm sure at some point me and Russell will sit down and talk. But he's put no pressure on me. He's been just great in this whole thing and just being my friend. And I think that's one thing I needed throughout the whole year, throughout this whole process, is just people to be my friend and worry about me as a person.
You handled seemed like you handled this whole year and all the uncertainty about your contract. Seemed like you handled it really well. Billy talked about how much he appreciated that. Did it wear on you at all? And is it something you'd like to avoid if possible so you don't have to do this again? I mean, does a multi-year contract appeal to you just so you don't have to go through another year of all this uncertainty? Like I said,
that's why I'm fumbling over my words a bit in this press conference, because I really haven't, like the question you guys are asking, I really haven't wrapped my mind around it yet. Since it's so fresh of us just coming out of the playoffs, I really haven't thought about next week more so than next month or what's going to happen. I just try to stay in the moment as much as I can, and I think I'm still in that moment now that I can't really say. But like I said, I'm still trying to figure this whole thing out, and just get away from the game, get away from all of this stuff for as long as I can, and come back refreshed. So that's my main concern.
Kevin, 9 years with this franchise, as you reflect, what are you most appreciative and thankful for?
Just the way we built this from the ground up, just the journey that we all took together from the ground up. Sam and I were talking, and he was just like, we started in the roller rink, and we made it to Western Conference Finals year after year, made it to the finals before. We got so many individual, accolades that come through here, from, MVPs to first team All-NBAs to, all this stuff that comes through here. And the brand Oklahoma City is just so world known now. And I think that just shows how much the organization, put the players first and put basketball first. But also put the community and and this whole atmosphere. We grouped it all into our organization and made it one, and that kind of drove us to where we wanted to go. So, just knowing that, I think that's what I'm so proud of, and just to be a part of something that started really from nothing.
How do you expect what just happened in the playoffs and your young core, Steven Adams, those kind of guys playing as well as they did in the playoffs? How do you think that might affect your decision as you kind of look at what this core could become?
Well, I liked how those guys play, and I think the next phase, for all of us is, what are our decisions going to be this summer? If we're going to work on our game to come back even better, or we're going to be excited about what we did and be complacent, or we're going to want more. I think that's the next step for us all is thinking of how we can all be better. And I know these guys, man. I know them. They work hard, you know, from Steven to Dre to Dion. They work extremely hard. So I have no regrets that I have no, you know, doubts that they'll all come back better or, you know, so that's definitely a huge part of it. I enjoy playing with these guys all year. I enjoy, you know, helping and learning from them as well. So, you know, I have no doubts that, you know, we'll all come back a better group.
How were you able to put aside the hoopla?
What has Oklahoma City meant to you in your career, on and off the court? You kind of spent your whole adult life here, in a way.
Yeah, you're right. I have. You know, I have. It's home. You know, I've been here for 8 years, and you know, the time has flown by. You know, time you don't really know. You know, the time flies when you're having fun. That's what I heard, and I think, you know, as time is going past so quickly, I've learned so much about myself by being here as a basketball player and as a man. You know, I've been through a lot of different experiences just in this city, and you know, something I'm always going to remember.
How were you able to focus this season, put aside the hoopla, dealing with all the questions? How were you able to remain focused?
Well, I just try to make it about the team, make it about my teammates. It's unfair to the organization and to my teammates to be distracted. You know, I had to be the best me I can be. And I think, you know, I was proud of how, you know, I was able to stay in the moment. And that has been a struggle for me, you know, as a young player in this league. And so I was staying conscious of being in the moment. And I was proud how I stayed there, especially throughout the playoffs and the regular season. So it was just all about, you know, worrying about today. And once tomorrow get there, I worry about that. That's always that's who I've been the last few years, just taking it day by day.
Kevin, I get that you haven't thought about the specifics of free agency. That makes total sense. But have you thought about kind of what it means to you and your family, considering how far you've come, and kind of now you're in this position to where you're, you know, the center of attention, and even if that's not a place where you feel comfortable, what does that mean to you and you know, the rest of your family?
I mean, my family, you know, they're proud of me, excited for me, happy that I'm in this position. Not the free agent stuff or none of that, but just being a basketball player and fulfilling my dreams that I had, that they all seen as kids. They're happy that I'm at this point. And they just know I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the hard work, you know, and all of that, and, you know, the dedication and love and passion that I have for this game. So they can appreciate, you know, the grind and how much I sacrifice. And, you know, but they just still look at me as Kevin, little Kevin, you know, one of the youngest guys running around the house as a kid. I think that's how all my aunts and uncles and my mom and my older brother, they all look at me as little Kevin. So that's a great feeling to have when you have so many people surrounding you and wanting to know about what you're going to do. And then you can have that balance of family and friends just appreciating who you are to the core. And I think that's what helped me get through this year and helped me get through my injury, helped me get through it all. So definitely appreciative for that. But it's kind of new for me to be, you know, everybody wanting to know what I'm going to do and all this stuff. So it's kind of different and kind of new for me, but I'm learning along the way.
What did you see from Billy from the start of the year? He called it an adjustment period the first few months to losing Monty to the playoffs and beyond.
Yeah, I mean, anything great takes time, and I think he did a great job. You know, everybody wanted quick results, and we knew that, you know, it's going to take some time for us to get used to his coaching style, for him to figure out how every player responds to things, different personalities he has to juggle as a coach. That's hard to do, and being expected to go far in the playoffs, you got to give him some credit. He did a great job of, you know, getting everybody locked in every single night. We won 55 games. I thought we should have. We talked about it last night. Me and a couple of guys, we should have won 66, 67 games easily this year. And I think that's all because, you know, he gave us that vision from day one that we can be one of the best teams. And I think, you know, having Coach Monty around and then having him, you know, the tragic accident that happened midway through the season, he kept us together. You know, he kind of drove the ship and helped us do that. And then, you know, with the stuff that happened with, you know, Mr. McClendon and Dion's brother, and, you know, so much stuff that went on throughout the season that's not normal for a first-year coach coming in, you know, he wasn't a deer in the headlights. He did a great job for us, man. He really deserved a lot of credit for where we were, a couple days ago.
Kevin, a lot of speculation that if you guys had won the title, it would make your decision pretty pat, just to stay. But some other people said if you'd won a title, you might think, oh, my job is done, maybe I'll try something else. How does the lack of a title so far affect your decision?
Barry, you're gonna drive yourself crazy if you listen to everybody, man. Cause you look like you ain't know what was going on when you asked me that question. So, like I said, the most important things for me is the type of people I'm gonna be around every single day, and if I'm enjoying playing basketball, that's the thing I really want to center everything around. And I love my teammates here. I love playing basketball here. So that's what's important to me. Obviously winning a championship is what we all want to do, but at the same time, you want to be around good people. You want to be in a good environment. So a good culture. So that's most important to me.
How did you feel you grew as a player this season?
Me, I thought I was more cerebral than anything. Like, I tried to figure out which ways. Teams were playing me different ways. I couldn't wrap my mind around how a team was going to play me from night to night. I didn't know. Boston might play me different than Golden State or Philly or, Cleveland or Miami. So I had to really think going into every game, like how I'm going to be effective on the offensive end, defensively, how I'm going to disrupt. And I thought just constantly thinking the game has helped me out. And that from sitting out and watching the game, that played a huge part in it. So, I learned a lot about myself as a player. And then, just being the leader, I thought I took huge strides and learning my teammates better, knowing what they need to be encouraged, to be, knowing when they need somebody to, kind of lift them up. And knowing when they need somebody to get on them as well. And also listening to them when they got something to say to me. I thought I learned a lot and grown in that area, and I thought that was important for my growth as a player.
How long will Game 6 linger, you think?
I had to get rid of it the next day because we had a Game 7, But when you look at the grand scheme of things, when you look back at it, I tend to look at the whole run, not just one game. I know that was an important game, but I look at the whole run from the regular season to the playoffs. And I was just so happy with our team and how we fought every single night. And with myself, this was the first year where I didn't care about wins and losses. I just went out there and tried to play free, and I think that's when I played my best basketball. So, I could live with anything that happens in between that. So when losing sucks, like I said, but when you give it your all and when you do things the way you want to do it, you have no regrets walking off that court, and that's how I felt.
Thanks, Scott.
strides throughout the course of the season and then kind of peak at the right time of the year and see guys step up in big moments?
I thought it was great. I think earlier in the year, I think we maybe started 7-6 or something like that. And I think at that point we kind of made a decision that we was going to stick with the plan and stick with the changes to try to find a way to get better throughout the season. And I think even after All-Star break, we start off, I think 8-11, 8-12, something like that. And, we made another decision to be able to stick with the plan. I think a lot of guys did a great job of just sticking with the process and never flinching on what we had planned for ourselves moving forward. So I thought it was great.
Do you plan to chat with Kevin about his free agency at any point?
No, not now. I mean, I plan to just enjoy our break. Plan to just enjoy this time to decompress and just have some time to chill.
Really had an unknown with one of these really major guys going to free agency. I mean, is there any nerves from your
Say it again.
Is there any nerves or anxiousness from your side of things? Just
nerves from no, not nerves. I mean, Kevin is a guy that obviously, myself and including other guys, we all want back here with the Oklahoma City Thunder. But at the same time, he has to make a decision that's best for him and what best fits him. But Kevin's, like I said, I always say before, like a brother to me. So regardless of what happens, we're always going to be friends, and everything's going to work out. So
You guys obviously have something special, though. The way you played the month of May, beating the Spurs, taking the Warriors to the limit with a bunch of young guys. You and Kevin are now the old guys. Do you like the future if Kevin stays?
I like it, definitely, man. I think we have a great team. A lot of guys that can contribute in a lot of different ways, as you've seen. A lot of guys that improved over the season, not just throughout the playoffs, but gotten better, mentally. And I think that's the main part, not just physically, but mentally gotten better, and definitely made us a better team.
How did you connect with Billy throughout the season? Was there any rocky moments or?
No, I mean, I think we just try to find ways to figure each other out and learn each other's personalities, and me trying to find ways to learn the best way to make it easier to coach me. And I'm just trying to find ways to listen. I was all ears, and Billy was great, and just kind of listening to some of the things I had to say, and he was great to kind of relaying them to the team and making us a better team. So.
When you say that, figure out ways to coach you, what do you mean by that?
Just trying to find ways to make it easier. I mean, I try to find ways to tell him and explain to him, what some of the guys may like to do on our team, or some of the guys what their tendencies were before he got here, or different things that I may know about the guys that he may not know about them and all their personalities. And that kind of helps him coach guys whatever the way he may feel. So.
What do you think of his offense and kind of the offensive job?
I thought he was great, and I thought he did an amazing job just coming in and finding ways to kind of best fit everybody, all the tools we had. And he did a great job of just being open. And he came in with a great attitude, and it definitely showed. So.
Was there one particular area that you think that the team needs to improve upon heading into next season?
I think just mental toughness. I think we've got very, very well at that point, but I think to make the next step, we have to constantly do that throughout the whole season, not just late in the playoffs, because I thought we turned the page when it got to this time of year. But I think if we constantly keep that from start to finish, it makes it easier for us in certain situations.
Russell, you guys still looking for that championship. How much does that eat at you that you hadn't got one? How much does it fuel you to try to keep getting one? How does that?
I mean, it's just something. Obviously, as a player and as a competitor, you want to win a championship every year, but it's not as easy as you may think. And I think every year you got to find ways the best way to win it, and it's a process. It's an everyday process, not just a jump right to the playoffs, to the finals. It's a process, and as you've seen, we know that. So we just got to take the process and try to find ways to get it done.
When you guys look at what you need roster-wise, or improvement-wise, whether it's different players or guys on your team getting better, what do you see as maybe a need on this roster?
I think we're good. I think we got what we need, and I think we put ourselves in position, and we showed that we have the tools to win games at the highest level. beat the best teams and do what we need to do. So that I'm not worried about.
What do you think about going against Curry for 7 games straight?
Say it again.
Talk about going against Curry for 7 games.
Going against Golden State was good, man. They had a great team. I think they obviously they made it to the finals, so they're a great team. I think they do a great job of making us do different things, especially as a team, and they play small, so it changes up a little bit. But I thought they were the better team and they beat us.
Facing, kind of a high-profile free agency year, kind of like Kevin did this year, coming up next year, how he handled it, and just kind of the spectacle of that, teach you how to do anything next year?
No, I don't think that far ahead, man. Right now I'm just worried about the summertime and enjoying my time off.
Is there one particular area that you felt you improved the most throughout the year?
Me, yeah, I think just communicating with my team, finding ways to lead the guys. For me, I think that's the most important part of just being able to find ways to lead and at the same time still improve on my game and what I'm doing. And I think I did a better job of that throughout the season.
Your three-point shooting was kind of under the microscope all season, shooting around 30%. Do you feel like that has to be a part of your game going forward, or do you feel like?
No, I don't have to. I just got to shoot better ones. I don't think it has to be a part of my game. I think for me, I don't, three-point shooting doesn't change much of what I do because scoring is not just what I do, so I'm not really worried about it.
You've talked about trying to cut down, maybe the bad ones, the pull-up ones at times. How hard is that for you, though, especially if there's like clock situations or other things to do?
There's a lot of things that goes into it. Especially when shot clock's going down and I have the ball, I have to make it, put a shot up. So, but all that to me, that's why I don't worry about it because it doesn't really affect at least how we play or my game. And numbers and all that stuff doesn't bother me much because what I do on the court doesn't matter about three-point shooting. So, not really one of my worries.
Russell, you got into double digits assists per game this year, and then in the playoffs it even went up. How high can that go? I mean, you've sort of been raising it most years, step by step. How high?
I don't know, man. I don't know. It's funny though. Now the question is how high can it go? Before was I passing? Now it's how high can it go? That's funny, man. I don't know, man. I just play to win. That's it.
Yes, Russell, you passing too much now? What's the deal?
I don't know, man. I don't know. Passing, I don't know. Maybe passing too much. I got to see. Maybe I can average 20 assists or something. Maybe. Who knows?
Bryce, where do you feel like you guys learn things that you can apply moving forward as a team from the Golden State Series experience?
Just mentally. I think, like I said, physically, obviously we're 3-1 and we found ways to win games at a high level. But I think just the mental toughness, especially playing in hostile environments like their place, and finding ways to kind of get over the hump through thick and thin throughout the game. And I think that's their biggest step.
Game 6 linger, the fact that you guys had that lead and almost closed them out?
Linger. It won't linger. I think obviously now the game is over. You just gotta find ways to get back to it next year. Find ways to improve, not just from that game, but just from the overall season. So.
How good can Steven Adams become? You think at 22?
Very, very good, man. He's he obviously he's improved over the course of the season, and this year he made a huge jump, just defensively and just him communicating and him being a lot more mature than last year, and you've seen it this postseason. I think he can be one of the best centers, especially offensively. He has a lot of different tools to his game that this year he wasn't able to show as much, but I think he's he's a special player.
Same vein with Andre, seemed to really blossom in the playoffs.
Yeah.
What, individually and as a team, what did this playoff run do in your mind for how good you guys can be together?
It gives guys some sense of confidence. I think guys know obviously what it takes to get to a certain level, but they also know what it took for themselves. What they had to sacrifice, what they had to do to kind of get better and better each and every day to prepare themselves for a playoff game. And I think it helped a lot of those guys out, especially the ones that never played the playoffs. Ennis, Dion, guys like that helped them out and made them better as well.
Anybody else?
Thanks, Russ.
Thanks, Russ.
All right, man. Yeah, I see y'all September or something.
And he's back.
crazy. You know, what I remember is I think we give up our best shot. You know, we give everything we had. We try. You know, we try. You know, that's one of the things I'm gonna remember. You know, and because I was there, I can feel that. We try. We give our best shot we can. It didn't end up the way we want, everybody want, but things happen.
This game 6, in particular, kind of will that sting for a while?
Yeah, you know, no, it's not only game 6. You know, all series. Like we up 3-1. You know, that's things I'm never gonna forget. You know, it's gonna really take time for me It's gonna really take a lot of time to get off of my head. You know, but you know, those kind of things those kind of things make us stronger. You know, those kind of things make us better players or better person in life. You know, those kind of experience. So, yep, I have to live with that.
How tough was this season for you with the offense and having to play a different role at times, like getting shots you're both used to, that kind of thing?
It was the most challenging season for me, this season, you know, and like especially mentally too, not just like playing but mentally, preparing myself, like you said, different roles, and it was really the most challenging season since I've been here in the NBA in my 7 years. But I'm grateful for that because it helped me, helped me really to see the big pictures. And I'm sure it's gonna help me in the next couple of years. I'm sure next year it's gonna help me because he really, like I say, it helped me to see the big pictures in the game, because it was not easy, it was not easy, like playing different roles, and both ends of the floor, and it was something new to me, but it was good for us, good for the team. It was helpful, and that's why we got this far, because, everybody did their job, like mine. So, yes.
How difficult was this season for you physically? It seemed like times in the regular season you didn't have that energy that you usually have, but in the playoffs you really seemed like you were rejuvenated.
It's just, I don't know how to explain to you, it was a lot up and down, Like I say, it was really the most challenging season for me, playing different roles, something new. I'm not complaining about, and I'm not gonna complain about. And like I say, it was some way for me to open my eyes, to take my game and different level. Not only just to be a shot blocker and running the floor, So like I said, it's gonna help me for next season, for next couple of years, because when I learned this year, and I'm gonna work on this summer and try to get better next year,
Serge, what is it that you think you need to work on?
Just everything, like right now, after this season, I feel like I had to be a straight four, no more fake four, no more. I had to be because that's the way the team wants me to be. That's the way I work with the team, especially when you got one of the two great offense players like Ross and Kevin. They can put ball on the floor easy, attack the basket, and you got big like Steve and Enes who can really dominate the paint. So I had to be straight for them. I have to, for the space all that. So, and it's not really. It's really some change. It's some change. I didn't really, well, at some point I was thinking, with more years I'm gonna be a straight four. But something I didn't really expecting to be that soon, and happen so quick. Well, actually, when things happen quick. You never know when it comes. So, and it's the moment right now. So it's something I'm gonna be focused on. Of course, not losing my side to play defense. Keep better. and it's different now. I'm you know, playing, switching on 1, 2, 3, 4. So I have to be focused on, you know, yeah. And when the day I'm gonna play 5, I'm gonna try to go black shell like I used to run the floor. So, yeah.
Are you now the most complete player that you've been in the league so far? I mean, just all with that. You've kind of mentioned this, you know, being.
Yes,
able
this
to-
mentally.
Yeah.
Okay, you know,
Yeah.
mentally when I get on the floor, or when I wake up in the morning to go work out, that's what I think, because I have to work all those things. You know, I have to work this. I have to work pick and roll, pick and pop. You know, shooting 3, shooting 2. You know, and play defense. Put my mind ready to play 1, 2, 3, 4, 4. So yeah, you know, and like I say, it was one of the toughest season for me mentally, to be preparing for all the things, and I think it's gonna help me a lot, you know, to see a big picture.
Will you be nervous over the next month, 2 months about Kevin and because there's a potential he could leave?
No, that thing didn't happen to us yet. We don't have those kind of things, you know. And this is one of the things I'm proud to be in this group. That's what we have, you know. And we don't really, you know, especially we don't really care or think about what people say outside. You know, it's about us, and we know what we want. You know, same thing. I'm sure it's the same thing Kevin want, I want, Russell want, Steve, NS, everybody. You know, so it's the same thing we want. So I'm not really worried about that.
Are you confident he'll stay?
I'm confident, yeah. Of course, where you gonna go? Tell me. After what we did this year in the playoff, where? If you go somewhere, I don't know. Tell me where. I don't know.
What improvement did you see from the end of the season and into the 18 playoff games? Because it seems like the team went to another level. Didn't give you a chance in round 2 against the Spurs and pretty much in round 3 against the Warriors. But there was some kind of team improvement. What did you see was the biggest improvement that made that happen?
I think this mentality and sacrifice, you know, everybody this was ready to sacrifice for the team to do their job, you know, and like you say, in the season it was a lot up and down. But when it was playoff time, everybody was lacking, you know, because you know it was the moment, you know, it was the moment, and everybody was ready to give up, to give everything, you know, for the team, best shot. So sacrifice, like I said, and I think that's why, you know, because talent, we have talent, but you know, sometimes take to sacrifice, you know, for your team, how bad you want it. That's why we got this far.
You kind of have an unknown future in a sense of next year will be the last year under contract, or is that?
No, I'm not worried. I'm not thinking, and I'm not talking about this. So I'm still a Thunder, you know. So I'm gonna wear the Thunder jersey next year too. So there's nothing to talk about that one now, and because it's not important, you know. It's not really important things.
Anybody else? Steven Adams, he scored 22. Has he shocked you with how good he's become so early?
Steve's gonna be a monster. You know, give Steve 2 more years, he's gonna be a monster. You know, that's all I can say about Steve. He's gonna be a monster.
You talked about your role change and how you adjusted to stuff. What was it like with Billy? Was there any type of tough transition with him, or did you pick up
you know,
on
anything new is never easier. You know, when you know in the life when you wanna make big step, you know, you wanna make change. You know, because we're so comfortable staying in the same thing for, you know what I'm saying. That's what it take challenge. You know, it take courage. You know, to step in your comfort zone. So me this year was like stepping off on my comfort zone. You know what I'm saying? And you can see my number was down, but you know it was like I say, you know, it was the way for me to step in my comfort zone, because I could stay do the same thing. I could say, you know, I'm on a space. I'm gonna run. Even Steve's out there, Russell out there, I'm gonna go be out there, try to get my offense rebounds, to get easy point. You know what I'm saying? That's my comfort zone. But I have to step away of my comfort zone, you know, to get better, to see a big picture for the future. So I think that's gonna help me a lot.
Anybody else? What do you think of the job Billy did this
For the first year, he did a great job. You have to give me credit, man. For the first year, and then he get us far where we are now. He did a great job. It's not really. I don't know. I don't think we're allowed to ask him. Of course, it's still a lot of room to get better. Still a lot of room to learn to get better. But from where he started and his first year, he did a good job.
Thanks, Sergi.
See you next year.
Yes, sir.
Hi guys. Thank you.
And really enjoyed this year, and looking forward to coming back.
It was a little different for you this year, though. You played last
Mhm.
much in the postseason. Was that tough on you, or did you kind of fall into that role?
I was prepared for it. Last year, my minutes started to go down, and I just looking at the roster, understanding the guys we have and the lineups, how the league's going smaller and smaller. That has probably more to do with anything. I understood that was coming. Being older, I'm not the same player I was, but I don't think. I think it has more to do with our roster and the way the game has changed and teams playing small and things like that. So I understood it and was happy with it. I really had a good time this year, and really, it's a different role. But like I said, I was ready for it and enjoyed it, and trying to help other guys and be ready when. The biggest challenge is just being ready to play when you're not playing, and having some confidence when you get in there. You haven't taken a shot in a long time, those type of things. That was an adjustment, but I thought I did well with it.
Will you be nervous at all over the next 40 or so days as Kevin's Gracie enters and maybe takes visits, that kind of thing?
Yeah, well, Kevin's so important to this place, obviously, and to our team, and a close friend of mine, and really enjoy my time with him, and so for sure, it's a big deal, and for us, we need him back, and we'll try to communicate how important he is to us, and how much he means to us, and we understand what this is and how it works, and it'll be up to him at the end of the day, but he means everything to us in terms of a friend, a teammate, and what he's done for the organization, and for the future, what we're trying to do, obviously we need him, so it's a big deal for us.
Well, how will you kind of navigate that being his friend, but also probably want to give him space?
Yeah, I don't know. Just communicate to him what he means to me and to us, and there's no real selling. I think there's nothing he doesn't know about this place and what we're about, and I think it's just letting him know how important he is to us, and being there if he wants to talk, I guess, and realizing that he's going to make his own decision, and I think that's it.
Nick, you've been in the league a little while now. Do you use the offseason at this point? Do you sit back and just kind of think about what you're going to do after basketball, whether it's coaching or anything else?
I've thought a lot about it. As you get older, you know that day's coming. So I'll consider a lot of things. I think I also realize that things change, and I got another year to play. So I can't make any decisions now, but I'm considering my options, I guess. And a lot of it has to do with my personal life. I have a 10-year-old daughter, and that'll be my priority. It is now, but even more so is getting as much time with her as I can after missing some time playing, and that'll be a big issue for me. Not issue, but that'll be main priority for me is what's best for her, and so that'll be a big part of my decision.
Has there been a sense of pride for you this year, just seeing how the big men have progressed, particularly Steven Adams?
It's been great, and those guys have put in a lot of work and deserve all the credit. But I think for the rest of us that have been here and tried to help, it makes us feel good too. And Steven in particular, I think I always, from the day he got here, I knew he had the ability to be a really special player. And I think what we're seeing with him is a confidence that he's getting, and being comfortable with the NBA game, recognizing things in the NBA game, or recognizing things on the floor before they happen, and being able to fully react and use his ability now that he's got some experience. And it was really fun to see how well he played, and has played great. Serge continues to get better, and it's been fun to see our young guys develop and really step up in the playoffs.
How good do you think Steven can become? What's that guy going to look like at 25, 26 years old?
He's as good as anybody in the league at that position. I mean, when you look at the things he can do, I think he can be a post-up player. He doesn't get a ton of opportunity now, but he's got the tools to do it. He can be a roller to the rim and catch lobs and be a real threat at the rim, which is so valuable today with the way teams want to spread the floor. He can guard post-ups as well as anybody. You don't have to take him out. As we saw when teams play small, he can switch on guys. I mean, he's a really unique player. He can do so many things at the center position. And then all of that, I mean, going forward, I think his mindset, how hard he works, and those things really what make him special. He works incredibly hard. He wants to learn. He's a great teammate. He wants to perform for his team. So I think sky's the limit for him, and it's going to be fun to watch.
What stood out to you, maybe any moments or just general thoughts about kind of the team's ascension throughout the last 2-3 months of the season as you guys kind of grew as a team? Seemed like you were playing your best basketball at the right time of the year.
Well, we talked about at the beginning of the year that it was going to be an adjustment, and there was going to be times where it looked ugly. We had a new coach, new staff, a lot of new players, and we knew it wasn't going to be pretty the whole time, and that's exactly, I think, what happened. We had stretches where we didn't play as well, and some of that, our focus wasn't as good as it needed to be at times. But by the end of the year, we wanted to be playing our best basketball, and we were. And we continued to get better as the playoffs went on, and we were playing at a very high level at the end.
Nick, you guys played incredibly high rate, high level the last month. What do you need to do better? What, in terms of what this roster needs, or what the guys on the roster need to do better? What's the next step in terms of particular play?
Well, I think, like you said, we played at a very high level, the highest level, and we're very close. And you're playing against some of the, San Antonio, Golden State, some of the best teams the league has ever seen, and we were right there. I think for us, the longer we can have those stretches of high focus like we had in those playoff games, the more that is closer to our norm, the better on the defensive end. I think we're capable of being a much better defensive team than we were during the regular season. There's no question about that, and sustaining that for longer periods. And then on the offensive end, continuing to execute and get better shots at the toughest times. That's the hardest part, I think, in these playoff series, is generating good shots and against the best defenses at the most difficult times. So all the work that goes into that throughout the season, so that we're as prepared as possible at the end.
10, 20 years from now, will you look back at maybe Game 6 or this series as kind of like, will it still sting?
Well, they a lot of them sting. I'm now almost 10, 20 years removed from college, and it stung every year we lost in the college and NCAA tournament, and you'll always have that, I think. I think for sure. I mean, we're very close, and whenever you're that close to getting to the finals and potentially having a shot at a championship, it will always sting. But it's also really cool too, and there's a lot of there'll be a lot of moments I'll remember of winning on the road and against San Antonio twice, and how well we played, and this was a really fun run for all of us, and I think we were this is the best we've ever played and the closest we've ever been as a team this playoff run, and it was a lot of fun to be a part of. So there's a lot of positives too, and that's the way I always look at it.
Nick, you talked about kind of the way the league is going. Everybody's doing the small ball thing. But your team, this franchise, seems to buck the trend. You have a good dearth of big men, and seems something that the team wants to develop. I mean, you like the fact that you guys kind of stand out in that regard?
Well, yeah, I think we have a unique ability to have guys that you don't have to take out of the game when teams go small, and that's a difference a lot of teams don't have. So we can keep Serge in the game, and he can switch on guards, and same thing with Steven Ennis. Actually did surprise a lot of people by being able to guard Iguodala, Barnes, and hold his own, and still be a threat on the offensive end where they have to deal with him on the board. So a lot of it has to do with the ability of our guys, but I think Coach Donovan was trying to find things that worked in our advantage, and we found a lot of things. And with the roster, gives us the ability to play in different ways, and I think he did a really good job of using the different lineups, being able to play small and big, and get advantages from each way.
Even as an older player or a player who's been in the league longer, were you even apprehensive about some of the things that Donovan was bringing in?
I wasn't apprehensive. I think it was just an adjustment. When you have one guy for so long, it's Scotty for however many years, and someone wants to do new things, it's different. And I think the players did a good job of keeping an open mind, and we talked about that even in a couple meetings that we had before the season, without Coach being in those meetings, about how it doesn't do us any good to waste time fighting what the new guy wants to do. There could be a situation where you say, well, it worked the old way, why are we doing it this way? But I think we did a good job of having an open mind, and I think Russell and Kevin and Serge and those guys that have had a ton of success deserve a lot of credit for that, for having an open mind. And then Coach Donovan as well. He was willing to learn and change and listen to input from players, and I think it went really well, and it could have been a tougher situation. I think the staff and the players did a good job making it work.
What was maybe the most frustrating point of this transition process at some point in the season, and then where do you feel like it clicked?
Well, there were frustrating times in the season for sure where we knew we weren't playing very well, and we should be playing better. And again, a lot of that was focus on our part. There were some things that Coach would probably say that he got better at and understood better, and with the NBA game and our team understood his players better, that things that we were doing at the end that helped us. But I thought we had that really bad stretch after the All-Star break, and then when we snapped out of that, we started playing some better basketball, and we still would have frustrating losses even all the way to the end of the season that we felt like we shouldn't be having. But so there wasn't necessarily one time. The stretch after the All-Star break was probably where we had, you know, our most frustrating times by not playing as well as we knew we were capable of.
Anybody else? Thanks, Nick. Sorry. Thank you, dude.
I'll let you know. I'll let you know. I'll talk to him tonight. This year? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, exactly.
what's the growth you've seen when you joined the team from when you started with them to right now?
I mean, I saw guys mature. You know, from things like, of course, I was watching a lot of games while I was at home, and just knowing the guys and talking to Nick and KD before I even got here. I got a chance to see guys surpass what I expected coming into as far as their growth and just, you know, just when I first got here, you know, the young guys were coming in and getting their work in and staying after, but it's almost like they were getting more work in. Guys were staying longer. Guys were paying more attention to detail. Guys were learning how to control themselves emotionally a little bit more. So it was just a lot of growth in that sense.
Stephen in particular, what do you see from him from, you know, even just the months you were here, his growth?
At first honestly, I just found out about 2 weeks ago that he's 22. For the longest, I was wondering, what is wrong with this kid? He's always yelling, ah! Like, we doing drills, and he's yelling. And then I'm like, what is wrong with this guy? Then they told me he was 22. And then I was shocked because he's far more mature for a 22-year-old than what I thought he was. I thought he was 27, 28. I was like, hey, what is this kid doing? But from a basketball standpoint, the sky is the limit for that kid. I mean, he is the prototypical center of what the NBA wants to become. I mean, a guy who can roll, catch lobs, finish in the paint, has good footwork, defend 1 through 5 so you can keep a 7-footer on the floor, switching at all positions. I mean, his athleticism is as good or better than every center in the league, with the exception of probably like a DeAndre Jordan. I mean, his touch is far better than most of you probably guys even know. I mean, you guys don't get a chance to see the work that he puts in. So he has the opportunity and to be the best big man in this league. I mean, at the center position.
I mean, you mentioned his touch. I mean, you think 2 years from now he'll be shooting 12, 14-footers?
You know, I don't think he would need to. I don't think we're going to have stretch fives. So, I mean, I think he will be able to knock down a shot like that, but I don't think he'll really need to. It's more about just, you know, seeing more hook shots, seeing, you know, his little floater, which, you know, he even displayed, you know, throughout the series. I mean, a couple of floaters. I mean, just I think as he develops more confidence, there's some guys out there who should be really scared, you know, they don't have to compete against him.
You've seen a lot of different coaches. You've been in a lot of different situations. Did it strike you at all, Billy's kind of creativity as the playoffs unfolded, to see him go with Steven and Ennis at the same time, to use Andre as basically his center, with Serge as the, you know, on the perimeter? Yeah. When
Billy surprised me after game one. This one I knew. I mean, we have a connection through Coach Pitino. Coach Pitino coached both of us, and it's almost like we've known each other because of our basketball family. But where he surprised me was after game one, when the whole world, I had former coaches, I had ex-teammates, I had people calling me talking about, what are y'all doing with Aldridge? You guys need to, everybody's telling us we need to show. 9 out of 10 of my texts told us we need to show hard and rotate and all this stuff. And Billy walked in that next practice, he said, nah. He said, we're going to do the exact same coverage, but do it harder. He was like, and at first I thought, like, oh, man, like he just killed us. We just got blown out because I was, listening to the outside. But he watched the film, and then he said, no, we're going to do this, and we're going to do it harder. And we came back, and we did it, and we did it harder. And we realized, like, okay, LaMarcus is going to score what he has to score. He's going to knock down some shots. But for us to win this series, for us to win, this is what we need to do. And he had that confidence that, hey, I know what I'm doing. You guys, I've watched the tape. You guys just listen and do it harder, and we'll win. And, of course, he was right. So that's when I knew, okay. I said I definitely knew he had a grasp on what was going on, and he knew what would work to win the series.
Do you think the city should be nervous about Kevin's decision over the next 2 months?
I don't know why the city should be nervous. I mean, it's one of those things. You have a right to be a free agent. I mean, you have a right to see what's out there. You want to take a look. I mean, if it wasn't basketball and it was just, a guy taking a look, if he was a lawyer, people think, hey, you do what's best for you and your family. But at the same time, I mean, I wouldn't say nervous because Kevin is a loyal guy. He grew up, he basically grew up here. And I think he's going to make the best decision for him and his family. But at the same time, I think he sees this as number one on his list. I mean, it's not like someone has to do something or convince him or whatever. This is number one. This is home for him. This is what this team and organization and city fits his personality more so than some of these other organizations. So I wouldn't say they should be worried. I mean, just sit back, relax, and see what happens. There's nothing they can do about it.
Do you think you'll reach out? Will you give him space?
One thing I learned this in 05. In 06 when I was a free agent. The best thing to do is let a guy know you're going to support his decision either way. Let him know that he's loved and welcome back. But he has to go through that process on his own because you never know what the future holds, and you don't want to put yourself in a situation where you've convinced someone to do something that's not what they feel wasn't best for them. So you got to that's a one-man decision because when I made my decision back then and I had a teammate say something that I really didn't appreciate at the time, and we talked it out. I mean, it's so far under the bridge, but I think that it's your personal decision, and nobody else can really, as far as teammates can get you to go a certain route or not.
What's next for you?
I don't know. I have absolutely no idea. Coming into this, my frame of thought was that this was it. But after talking to Nick and sitting around, he asked me, hey, so that was the last game? And I was like, I think so. So I really don't know. I think that's the last game. I'm not going to be actively kind of pursuing to play. I might be sitting over there with you guys next time. You never know. But I'm not going to actively pursue to play, but I've been playing basketball. I mean, I'm 38, been in the NBA 18 years, college. All I know is how to prepare for next season. So right now I'm going to prepare for next season, but it's hoping that something takes me away from preparing for next season that's, not part of basketball. And if that doesn't happen, y'all may see me playing somewhere, you may not. I'm not going to make that decision today. I'm just going to let things kind of happen as they may.
Interested in going over to media or coaching, or what's kind of?
My ultimate goal is to one day be a general manager of a team. That's my 5-10 year goal. So one day run my own organization. But during the process, giving some time, back to my family. So being on that side, not working as hard as you guys, of course. Being on that side may, give me a little bit more time with the family until I jump back in on the business part of basketball, trying to learn how the business works. So that's the plan for now.
How much have you learned from Sam?
Everything I'm going to do, I'm stealing from here and what I learned in San Antonio and a touch or two out of Chicago. But you're going to see something like this somewhere else. I'm writing stuff down, taking notes. I have a lot of respect for Sam, and I like the way he's built this, team, organization, and, so he's definitely somebody, that I look up to.
In that same way, something Kevin referenced that in terms of what's important to him is he talked about culture and the people around him. He's around every day, and the basketball environment. You've been around this place now 2 different times. Yeah. What is this culture like? What makes this place different?
First, it fits the personality of the city. As far as we got good guys, good people. The culture is about winning and working hard. But it all starts with the people. When I did this leadership development seminar a couple of years in a row, a couple of years back, and one question they asked us is, what's more important, culture or talent? And I feel culture is more important than talent. The type of people you put in the organization, because you have the right culture and the right people, they will work hard enough and improve, and who knows, where that will lead. So the culture here is just unbelievable. The people here have just made it amazing, and it's can continue to grow. And also, I mean, I believe it's going to result in a championship at one point.
Nazi, you talked about the 18 years you spent in the league, and now you came on board. You talked about spending the time with Steven Adams. What about Enes Kanter? What have you learned about him and his development in the time? I see you guys all the time. We all see you working after practice every day.
What I learned about Enes is, I mean, he's a great guy. What I learned the most is that, some people, everybody, when you look at Enes, you want to think his defense and his outspokenness about the Turkey government. That's his two things. But as far as when people talk about him, but what I learned is it was situations where I saw things that I thought that he needed to improve on in games. And when I told him that, he did it. Hands down, he did what he was supposed to do. So I think the biggest thing for him is, of course, playing and working and continue to develop. But he's a walking double-double. So just holding him more accountable and not only just telling him what to do, but showing him what to do, that he will continue to improve. And he's accepted a role of, coming off the bench and playing some with, we saw him and Steven playing together was great against with San Antonio. So I think it's a great fit, and I got a lot of respect for E. I mean, what he did, what he had, the last game of the season, like 38 and like 17 or something crazy, shooting a high percentage. I mean, and he's 23 or 24. It's crazy. I mean, this team is built to compete for a championship for at least the next 5-6 years. I mean, if it stays, intact as it is, I mean, close to it. So some nice young talent who can really play.
You guys played great this last month. What do they need to do better? What do you need, whether it's what skill set, what kind of player, improvement from the guys you got? What does this team need?
See, me, I'm just...
From the guys you got, what does this team need?
See, me, I'm just... That's all. Like I never look outside for the help as far as thinking what this team needs to do as far as pull in from the outside. I think everything that's here is enough to win a championship. I know some people may kind of not feel that way considering we just lost, but I still feel that we could have beat that team and we could be in the finals and we could have, won a championship. And it didn't have anything to do with talent. I think the biggest thing is just growth as leaders, growth as followers. It's going to be more of just emotional growth, getting better, guys getting in the gym working on their games. That it's everything is here. I mean, Dre is going to come back a better shooter because he's going to practice on it. Every year of his career, he's going to improve. His defense on how he played against Kawhi Leonard was just amazing to me. Even when Kawhi scored, I was like, I don't know how he stopped him or turned him 3 or 4 times. I said after this, Kawhi remember Dre, just from he made him work. So it's so many guys like that on this team. I mean, Dion's development from when I got here to the end of the year. I mean, when I first got here, he was in love with his step back to the left jump shot. We told him downhill Dion is unstoppable. He became downhill Dion, attacking guys, getting to the rim, finding guys. So I just saw the growth. I mean, the team is in a good situation. Kevin has to do what he has to do, but it's a great point.
Russell Westbrook, compare and contrast him from your first, stint here when you left and then what you came back to.
Oh, I mean, I left about almost 4 years ago now. I mean, he's grew up as he's a man. I mean, he's a first team All NBA. He's as good of an athlete now as he was then. His decision making is better. I mean, he's still developing as a leader. He's still developing, just controlling himself emotionally. But at the same time, how much of his emotions do you really want him to control? Some of the things are your gift and your curse. So I mean, if you can tone it down to once or twice a game, that would be cool. But at the same time, I like Russell going out there being pumped. I mean, it was the game when we were playing against. I hate to even mention his name. We was playing against Detroit. It was nice to see a game where sometimes they expect you to sit out, but I love it to see the Russ sit out. against Reggie, I want to play. Which is, you know, it's like, hey, I love seeing stuff like that. And to go out there, I love when Russ looks at the opposing point guard and he wants to kill everybody. Like, I love it. I mean, that's the type of guy you like to go to war with. I mean, he wants to kill everybody, so you have to deal with whatever lows to get those amazing highs. So that's just my thoughts.
So did they ask Russell to sit out that game?
I mean, I can't tell you what they asked Russell. I don't know. I just, from the outside, I'm sitting over there like you, and you had Kevin sit out, and you had Serge sit out. I assumed Russell was going to sit out, and then I looked over, and he was putting on his uniform. This is just my assumption. I'm looking over, and I'm thinking to myself, this is nothing he said, but I'm thinking to myself, this is all my thoughts. I'm thinking like, oh, that's Russ right there. Russ, like, sit out, you know. He wants to play against the best players. You know, we playing against Reggie. I mean, no, they've had their words. It's not like I'm bringing up something. He's playing against Reggie. Russ wants to go out there. It's like, hey, okay, you was here. You're gone. You said some things. I want to play. This is just my assumptions. He didn't, you know, Russ didn't tell me this, but this is just me looking over him putting on a jersey when I thought he was going to sit out. And he's like, no, I'm ready to go. I love it, though. That's what it's all about. Anything else?
Anybody else?
All right. Now I got to get y'all on my snap, so y'all sit there, wave, do whatever y'all want to do. You know what I'm saying? Some people don't believe that I ever get interviewed, so let the people at home see I do get interviewed every now and then. There they go. You know, they asked me some questions today. Yeah. Yeah. Let me see. See that? That's me. All right.
Thank you, man.
Thank you, guys.
Appreciate it.
I know I'm not supposed to do this. I'm old. I can get away with it.
Man, the first couple of months was that first week was just like I was everywhere. Mom was everywhere. The team was everywhere. But I felt as though I came here at a really good time, a time where, at the time I think Monty, Coach Williams' wife, just had passed away. The day I landed here, that's the day they was at the service, the funeral. And then I think like 2 weeks into it, we was at L.A., and then Sam stands up and let us know that one of our owners had passed away. Then I think like a week later, we come in here and shoot around. I don't see Dion, and then they say Dion's brother passed away. So it just was the first 3 weeks that I was here was a lot was going on as far as people losing their lives. Just tragic things were happening. So I think, but after that, I think it made us stronger. We moved on from it, and I think towards the end, building up into the playoffs, it made us a lot tougher.
During this playoff run, where did you see the team kind of just make strides in its habits, the way that it operated on the floor?
I just think our approach, because we couldn't do as much as we wanted to on the floor, but just seeing guys watch film and take whatever coach was saying in the film room and basically executing on the floor, that was cool to see. Seeing guys like Ennis grow, seeing guys like Steven and Dion, everybody knew what Katie and Russ was going to do, but even see Serge grow and take those steps and just wanting it so bad, so passionate about it, that was cool to see.
Do you want to be back here next season?
Oh yeah, just had those conversations with everybody. Definitely want to be back here. But we all know it starts with Kev. And, Kev is, I think I just read somewhere that, what Nick said, but Kev is everywhere to this place. So it starts with him. And I just think the dominoes after that will fall into place.
What was it like playing with Russell as opposed to being on the other side?
To tell you the truth, playing against him on the other side, he's so explosive. I had to guard him so many times, and every time he's coming at you, he's in attack mode. With some other point guards, you could kind of say, all right, he's going to chill, when they're going to attack. But with Russ is always in attack mode. And looking from the outside in, I didn't know Russ was that smart as far as, film work, understanding how teams wanted to guard us on offense, just the way he watched film on the plane, just things like that, because we sit next to each other on the plane, always watching film, always trying to better himself, if it's his body, trying to gain more knowledge from Coach Cheeks, just talking to everybody, just getting their perspective on what they think about not just his game or anyone else's game, but how can we win? And I thought that was really cool, being on this side and learning from him.
You were mostly a shooting guard with the Warriors and the Nuggets and all that. You kind of had to make a transition.
Yeah, I was everywhere here. I was everywhere. Yeah, that was something. That's something. I just was thinking, like, imagine what I can do with these guys with just like a full year. Like, I was going through like the growing pains of, making mistakes, messing up on defensive coverages, but my teammates were covering for me, or just me being in the league for 10 years. Like, I could kind of figure it out like on the fly, but most everything I was doing here was on the fly. Basically, it wasn't really much practice time when I first got here. It just was all they threw me into the fire, and it was fun. I enjoyed myself, but like you said, I was everywhere. Yeah, normally I'm just knocking down tray balls, blocking up on defense, making plays here and there. But this year it just was. I had that approach of whatever it takes to win a championship. If you want me to guard the best player, if you want me to bring the ball up, whatever it takes, whatever you think it takes, Coach, I'm willing to do it.
What did you know about the Thunder coming in, and what do you know now? In other words, what did you learn that you didn't know?
Like
2 or 3 months.
Like you always hear things like obviously what stands out, and that's Kevin and Russ, Serge, those guys, Steven, big strong dude. But I didn't understand, a lot of places people say family, family, family. This organization is all about family. This is our approach. But here, they practice what they preach. Like when I first was traded here, Sam said, if your family need to come here, if your wife and kids need to relocate here, I'll move mountains for them. And he was serious. Other places, they'll talk about it, but they won't be serious. But the organization, the way things are ran, the communication, everyone is held accountable, no matter who you are, from the first guy to the 15th guy. Everybody here is held accountable, and everyone. You walk in that arena, it seemed like everyone is in a battle with you. You walk through them hallways, everyone's slapping your hand. You ready? You ready? We got this tonight. It seemed like everyone's in a battle with you.
When you talk about everyone's held accountable, what does that look like?
So everyone's held. So basically, if you do something, or if I do something on film, and Coach or Sam or whoever would say something to me, they would say the same thing to Kevin and Russ. So everyone is held accountable for their actions.
Anybody else?
Is it a little strange knowing your future sort of waits on somebody?
Who, me?
Yeah, in other words, having to wait on the Durant decisions.
Yeah,
we
what's,
talk about the dominoes. Is that?
Yeah, I would much rather have my future, like you said, fall into place like a domino effect and wait on a guy like Kevin than waiting on someone else, you know? Because, you know, you could look Kevin in his eyes. You could hear Kevin, you know, talk about OKC. Like, you know where his heart is at, you know? So I would much rather, you know, wait on something like that than, you know, wait on somebody who's not going to be all-time great. Just put it that way.
Are you pretty confident he's going to stick around then? The way you're...
I never, you know, talk to guys about any of that stuff. But, you know, hear him talking about, you know, how proud he was of the team. Hear him just saying different things about the team and how, you know, how we were fighting, you know, in the huddles. Like, you guys are not in the huddles. I know you guys see everyone out there. But just to, like, see those guys in the huddle, like when you're in a battle and we're on the court and we huddle up and just looking each other in the eye, like, you know, like, there's unfinished business here, and he want to get it done.
Anybody else? I agree.
Yeah. Appreciate it. Thanks, man.
Good song.
Basically, kind of sure everybody who I'm with. They want to talk to me. No one's gonna believe who I'm with. You should. Although I did watch the show.
First taste of the playoffs. Did it live up or exceed your expectations?
I mean, it started off as everything I kind of expected it to be, and then it just turned into something that was just way greater. You know, going to the Western Conference Finals and, you know, Game 7 and, you know, biggest stage in basketball and having a chance to play and actually get in some of those games it was a blessing. So it was fun. Obviously, you know, I think I heard Kevin say there's no moral victories. We all feel like, you know, we definitely could have won the series and won a championship. But it was still a great year, and, you know, we got better every day, so it was good.
You have, I think, a team option coming up. I mean, do you want to be back here, or do you expect to?
I mean, I expect to. You know, obviously it's not really in my hands at this point. But, you know, it is what it is right now. And I'm just blessed to be here. Like I said, I always say this this is the best organization I've ever been in. You know, guys really got better, a lot of encouragement on and off the floor. And, you know, it's just one of those things where you just got to let that play out like it does. So it's out of my hands at this point.
Did they relay it all to you, like their plans in that sense? Or?
I mean, overall team stuff, not really necessarily a contract or anything like that. But team-wise, you know, we're going to get back in the gym a couple weeks. You know, guys are going to take some time off, but, you know, we feel like right now where we are is we're in a good place as a team. And you know, hopefully everybody comes back and we can do it again next year.
Do you feel like a lot of, you know, the decisions on if you come back or if other guys come back kind of, it starts with Kevin and the decision he makes?
I mean, I'm not sure. I can't really speak on it, but, I mean, obviously everybody knows, you know, what's going on this summer in terms of Kevin and in terms of maybe other guys as well contractually. But, you know, as far as, like I said, I really don't have anything, you know, hands-on I could do at this point. So whatever happens, happens. But I just know that it's a blessing to be here. And like I said, I would expect to be back.
What did you see from your two main leaders, Kevin and Russ, during this playoff run? We've had guys kind of come in and just talk about their command in huddles and things that they did.
I saw him grow even more this year. Just knowing that, last year with the injuries and the way they were locked in from start to finish, just the communication was great with guys. We had some really great moments in terms of, things could go haywire and, frustration sets in. Those guys really stepped up in a lot of those moments and calmed guys down with their play and verbally as well. So, me just being in those guys' ear, talking a lot on and off the floor, just understanding where their mindset was at. I think everybody, including obviously starting with them, kind of just sacrificed a lot, just to bring the whole team together. So it was good.
Well, Steve and his growth in the playoffs. Did you just kind of see him more the last?
Yeah, it was like the last couple months of the season overall. I just saw him. I know how hard he works, and just seeing him on the court gain more and more confidence, become more dominant down there, just turn into the defensive just presence down there that we all knew he could be. And I think he really took a huge step forward. And, he's, in my opinion, just as good as any center, especially defensively. And he still got such a high ceiling to grow and become an even better player. So the sky's the limit for him. I'm really proud of Steven. He really grew a lot, mentally and physically.
You're probably one of Kevin's closest friends on the team. Will you talk to him over the next month and a half? Will you give him a space?
We're not gonna talk about basketball, not like that, So, obviously, I think everybody just needs to kind of exhale for a second, just being so, just locked in like that. It was a really intense time. It was fun though, but I think everybody just needs some time, kind of just step back, and just kind of enjoy our success and what we did this year and appreciate it. But at the same time, obviously, we still gonna be keeping in touch.
Seems like you're really close with Dion too. Just as a friend, teammate, how much pride do you have in seeing the way that he has elevated his game on a lot of different levels?
Him, Steven, Andre, a lot of those guys, those three guys did an amazing job. Dion did a great job, really understand. I think he saw the way the culture was here, and he really bought into it, and I think that was something that helped him grow. He had some really good games in the playoffs, and he really deserved, everything that he got this year. He really deserved it, man. He did a great job. I'm proud of him. Dre as well. Those guys really locked in and embraced their roles, kind of sacrificed, and I think it really worked out for them. So they really got high ceilings as well.
Was your spotty playing time frustrating this season?
Up and down, at times it was rough, obviously, but that's the one thing that I sacrificed, playing time, working on being an even better leader. It's not as easy to come in and make shots and get in the rhythm when your minutes are up and down, but, still just kind of taking that on as a challenge and seeing, if I can help the team in any way consistently, what can I do? If it's not always going to be with offense, then I need to be a better leader. I need to be a guy that can be able to talk to some guys when they get frustrated, on and off the court, just being a high-spirited person all the time, consistently. And then on the court, just taking care of, whenever you get the opportunity, trying to make the best out of it. So it was something that obviously going through is not easy, especially being a shooter. But I think it's something that made me stronger in on the court and off the court.
Anthony, what do you think you want to work on this summer? Anything?
This is pretty much the same for me every year. I'm gonna continue every year is even more so on my body and conditioning and staying in shape. I feel like if I stay in shape and do everything else that I've been doing the last 8-10 years, I should be fine. So really with me, it's conditioning. Every year is a little bit more emphasis on something on my body that I want to strengthen or get stronger. And that's what I'm going to continue to do and just making sure I come in shape.
Has these games in the playoffs, having an extended playoff for the first time, experiencing that, changed that preparation?
No, not really. Not for me. I still probably take a couple weeks off and then get back in the gym and, during that 2-week time, probably do conditioning just so I don't, get completely out of shape. But Last 2 years I've been here, and maybe the last 3 years, I've probably been the most consistent in terms of not many injuries, and probably most games I've played in a 3-year span. So it's a lot of that when it goes into preparation and off season and get my body ready.
How many shots you gonna get up this summer?
I don't know, man. I tried to count last year, man. I lost count, but it'll definitely be in the thousands. Just know that.
What's the difference in Billy Donovan day one to mid-Warrior series as far as his command of the team and his comfort as a coach?
And he just, I told him in our meeting, I was proud of him as well, just to see, first year Western Conference Finals, no matter what, that's really hard to do for any coach. I don't care who you are. So I take my hat off to him for that. And, we dealt with a lot of stuff on and off the court. A lot of curveballs and stuff like that from just the organization, from the community, like just a lot of stuff going on with us. So him having to deal with that and deal with us as a team, he did a great job. I think from day one to the Mid-Warrior series, I think he was even more hardened, in everything that we were dealing with. And, we saw him grow, he saw us grow, he saw us sacrifice. We saw him sacrifice, and we was going towards one common goal. And I think he did a great job, him and the entire coaching staff.
You knew Monty in England just as well, if not better than anybody else on the team. At that, Mr. McClendon and Deion's brother. Just what did you think about the way that the organization and you guys as players and everybody rallied around each other and got through all that?
I think it was A1. It was, it's a family here. But what even more so, what impressed me was that the whole city and the community embraced the team as well. And this really says a lot about what this team means to the community and what the community means to us as an organization. So I think that made it a lot better. I watched some of my guys really go through some tough times, and with the support of the community and the organization, I think that really kind of helped a lot of guys out, and us as a team definitely. So it was great. I was blessed that I was on a team with that kind of support and a community with that kind of support. And I know a lot of these other guys appreciate it too. You bored, bro? No. You gonna yawn on me like that? That's crazy. All right. I had to call you out on that, champ.
Anyone else? Thanks, Amo.
All right.
Get some sleep. I need a rest.
Eyes watering and
Sorry about
Not last night. Telling you, get some sleep. Hey, Michael, do you know who'll be next?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I think he's coming up. All right. He's in the next one or two. Thanks.
It's on.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. You're gone too.
John, I assume he sent you John's link to their the link you'll want. Since Slater's left it, you have to go through everything. That's what you stuff in.
No, one or two. You could feel like you could vote.
He's got the last one for today.
Oh, rough. It's mine.
Steve, what was this playoff run like?
Pardon?
What was this playoff run like for you the last couple months and just the intensity of it all?
It was awesome. No, it was great on the court, but more so off the court is what really stuck out for me. Is our relationships in the locker room grew just because we were faced with a lot of challenges that we had to overcome, and so yeah, that just brought us closer together. That's really how we got as far as we did. Yeah.
Do you think the big business of basketball and all the tension surrounding you surprised you at all, or what do you kind of think of that?
I don't know. Which?
Just like the attention.
Suddenly you're kind of like a star in the NBA.
Me? No. Are you kidding me? No.
Just the media attention you got during the playoffs, that surprised you? I mean, you do this every day, you're on Sports Center, I mean.
Yeah. I talked to you guys every day, didn't I?
Yes, you did.
Yeah. Yeah, it wasn't ideal for me, but I mean, as much as I love you guys, yeah, put it out, as much as I love you guys, but yeah, I don't know. It was just, yeah, regular stuff. I mean, familiar faces, obviously, you guys, my friends, so main ones I look forward to. Some random ones in there. So, yeah.
You realize in the playoffs, seems like you raised your game to another level. Were you conscious of all that throughout the playoffs and how all of a sudden you became a factor in the whole 3 rounds and 18 games? Were you conscious of that, or were you just, basically defending, what you were doing and what they were saying, how effective you were being?
Yeah, it all just came down to so obviously in playoffs they take away the main ingredients. So they took out Russ and KD, which actually it kind of forced us to actually put different players in positions to make plays to collapse the defense to free up the main stars, right? So like KD and Russ to free them up more, and that's all it came down to. And then I guess intensity-wise, that just came with playoff intensity and stuff like that. But yeah, I think I just kind of stayed the same. It was just that I guess I was just open a lot more because of how they were defending, rather than the regular season where it's not actually like that.
I mean also too, like in the San Antonio series, it seems like you were the best player. Not just from my opinion, the double-doubles that you had really kind of turned the series, in a sense, to add to what you were talking about with KD and Russ getting a lot of the attention, but it seemed like, you really stepped into your own.
Yeah, it was, I can't really say anything. It's just, it all was based around what I just said, but like, I guess I was happy and I guess I was confident with the situation I was given. Obviously the coach talked about it, like we're going to be in these positions and stuff like that, and then, yeah, I guess I was just confident being in there, I think.
What are you going to look like? What are you going to look like when you come back?
Just Chewbacca, mate. Just coming in, all just hair everywhere, mate.
Serge said about 2 years you're going to be a monster. Do you mean like on the court, or you just said
probably off the court, mate? Yeah, probably off the court, just terrorizing citizens.
Do you have a sense of how your stock has risen in New Zealand? Your fame and people's interest in the NBA?
No. Oh, yes. Dude told me. Yeah, one of the fans came over and said that basketball, it's just, I'm not sure about the fame bit, but like the basketball is now becoming a really popular sport in New Zealand, which is great, which is really good, because then obviously a lot of things come out of it, get scholarships and stuff like that, easy hit start in life, so that's what I'm pushing, so that's the only thing I care about. It's good to see that progress.
You kind of pushed through some of these injuries through the last series, but now that everything's over and you've got a chance to sit down, I mean, are you kind of feeling the effects of this playoffs now physically?
Nah, not at all. Not yet. Mentally, yeah, but physically, nah. I could play another series, so yeah.
You say mentally, how so?
Oh, it's just it's draining. It's a lot of, like, obviously when you're trying to maintain that level of focus and with that intensity, that environment, it's that itself is draining. That's what the whole playoffs is, and so to maintain that, it's rough, especially when you don't get obviously the results that you want. It adds extra kick. Shouldn't say kick. Yeah, I was supposed to say something about it. Yeah, just adds extra, stuff. I was about to say.
Stephen, how will you follow the Kevin Durant Derby? I mean,
Pardon?
how have you and how will you follow this Kevin Durant story on Twitter? Not at all. Real interested? Websites? What will be your search for the next month?
For
How are you going to follow Kevin's?
For like his decision and stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, just flick him a text and see what he's going to do. And I guess I don't know. We just support him. I mean, we support him. We understand that it's his decision. We ain't gonna. I mean, I ain't trying to pressure him or something. And by the way, I'm real low on the totem pole. So I'm lucky enough to get his number. So.
If you're out of the country or wherever you're at, how will you literally follow it?
Out of the country?
If you are.
I don't know, mate. I don't know. I'm more of just like a check on him personally type guy instead of following the media. But you guys find out before anyone else, don't you? Yeah, so probably rely on you guys, mate. Try and, I guess. Yeah.
As his teammate, do you have a sense of what decision he might make?
No, not at all. Super Bowl, like the whole team has just been focused on what we had to do at hand, and yeah, we came as far as this, which was marvelous. Really, it was really good for us. But in terms of his off-court decisions and stuff like that, that's all his stuff, bro. No.
You said you're low on the totem pole. The truth is, you're high on the totem pole for the reasons the future's so bright. I mean, the Thunder now is a 22-year-old center that can do everything and is just going to keep getting better. That's just one more great selling point to Kevin Durant. Do you have a sense of how valuable you've become to this franchise?
No, it was kind of, yeah. Oh, when you put it like that, what you just said, you should sell that to him, mate. It sounds like an infomercial. And that was, I don't know, just, yeah. I mean, I haven't realised that at all. Just been head down, working hard, mate. Yeah, trying to keep my nose clean.
Also potentially have a decision coming up. I mean, you're extension eligible this summer. Is your plan to stay here, and do you want to work out an extension before restricted free agency down the road?
No idea, mate. Haven't even given that any thought. I don't know. That's up to, obviously, the agent and Sam and stuff like that. Yeah, that's why I have them. They speak differently. Can't keep up with it, but I don't know. Whatever happens, mate. Really, if it comes around, I'll deal with it. We'll have a talk beforehand. Give you a call.
Why do you think your look has become so popular? You're wearing your own shirt. Little kids are dressing up like you. Why do you think
No,
people rally around that?
I mean, obviously, because it's different. It's weird. It's quirky, I guess. Yeah, I guess just bizarre. I can't really say it's good. It's positive, I think, for us, because yeah, it doesn't take much to maintain this thing right here. So just have to let yourself go.
Where do you spend the majority of your offseason? In New Zealand or where?
Yeah, it'll probably be some in New Zealand and some in America. I'll be back. I don't know when. I don't know. Yeah, but just somewhere in the world. I will be on Earth somewhere.
Olympics? Maybe is your sister going to be competing in the Olympics? Or
Yes, she is.
Are you going to go to Rio?
I'm not sure. Haven't decided yet. Got that weird disease around there. Kind of make me scared. I need to do some research. Make sure I go before I go, if I go. But yeah, it'll be good. Hopefully she does well. It'll be good, man.
Anything else for Steve? All right, thanks, Steve.
No. Cheers, lads. Been a pleasure.
Yeah.
Thanks, Steve.
Thank you, Stephen Adams.
Real Stephen Adams.
Okay, we'll see you.
They're bringing it back.
Bringing it back. DOU Ohio State.
What is that?
Well, they say he says that's total pool, and I was thinking the same thing. Yeah. it's a real modesty, or do you think there's some element of false modesty?
I think it is. I think it's. I don't think it's modesty. I think he's just aloof.
He's just being, I think, it may be different in New Zealand. Maybe you don't, your mind doesn't work. I think he's smart.
I think he's just a quirky dude, and just generally.
Well, he's not different on the court, he's the same on the court. And when he dunks on Draymond Green, he doesn't act like it's any different from anything else. They see if somebody makes a point, and they begin to win, they kick it. We'd still be seeing it.
You guys call each other?
Huh?
You guys call each other?
You know what? It's actually Steven's shirt. I hope he took a shower this morning.
That's the shirt he was just wearing?
Yeah, he was just wearing. That was the shirt. This is my shirt under. So we talked about it before the media day. Said you wear it, and then I'm gonna wear it. I hope he took a shower. Yeah, I mean,
Questions?
Let's talk about it. In the first full season, man, you know, you had a good year, team had a good year. What were your thoughts on just your time here and getting to the playoffs and first time experiencing all of that?
well, I would say it was amazing because that was the first time that I went that far. My first year, I made playoffs, but we just lost the first round. But now we played the Western Conference Finals, 7th game. It was definitely, I grow as a person, I grow as a basketball player, and even like the playoffs helped me a lot with everything. I mean, I see basketball whole differently now. It was definitely a really good year for me. It made me grow.
So you see basketball, can you kind of detail that a little bit more?
Well, like before, I wasn't with my first team. We weren't really playing for anything. We're just, trying to make the playoffs. But now here, we're trying to chase a championship. And now it definitely just made me grow as a basketball player.
Nazi was talking about how he would give you instruction and you would immediately do what he would tell you to do. I mean, as you've gotten older, matured as a player, gotten to the Thunder, do you see yourself taking instruction better and learning more than when you were at your previous stop in Utah?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, first time, even like even last year, the day one I came, Steven, even Mitch, Serge, all the bigs, were really trying to help me with everything, with like outside of the court and in the court. So, but this year, I didn't play with Kevin last year, but this year, so I had like Kevin and Russell, all the guys, So when these guys are giving you confidence, so you just want to go out there and just beast people, you know what I mean? But I think it was definitely really fun.
Will you be nervous, anxious over the next month, 2 months, following Kevin's free agency?
Well, that's his decision. It's not my business, but he definitely knows that this is his home. That we love him here, we support him here. We want him definitely, come back and just try to chase the championship again next year. But definitely, it's pretty nervous. I mean, pretty exciting.
In your talks with either Billy or staff, where do they think and where do you think you can continue to grow and develop your game on both ends of the floor?
I think they were talking about this year was my world was really different, especially playoffs. So in playoffs I try to play with Steven on the court, and then now this year I started shooting threes. I started playing face up games and stuff, and I think I can work on them this off season. But both ends, and if you talk about it, defensively, if I compare myself from last year or the years before that I had in the NBA, definitely I feel so much comfortable out there because like I said again, when these guys like Kevin Russell, when they give you confidence, so you just want to go out there and just give everything you have. And
how frustrating was the Warriors series for you? Your minutes kind of diminishing as it went along, as they were just going small.
I think that's another thing playoff taught me. And if you're like chasing a championship, I think you have to put your ego on the side. You have to think about, okay, this is not individual sport, this is a team sport. So you have to even if you play 1 minute, if you play 48 minutes, you just have to cheer for your teammates, cheer for your coaches, and just like even if you play 1 minute, you just have to go out there and just give everything you have. So that's what the Golden Series taught me, and I think it was a really good lesson.
How about the Spurs series? How special is that for you to play a big role, close down the stretch?
Well, it was definitely fun, and especially just playing out there with Steven. It was pretty fun, and we banged him, and we were really physical. So if I think about this series, I'm thinking about the next regular season, and it can work out really well. Just playing with the bigs, and you just can't hurt the other teams.
How about the phenomenon this season of the Pistache Brothers and just everything surrounding this team, the fans, all that?
It was pretty cool, man. We started in November, if you remember all the stash and stuff. But it got better and better. I see now people with the mustaches. I see people like put on Instagram or Twitter with their mustache after they shave, shirtless. They got no shirt. It's just taking selfie with their mustache. It was pretty cool. I mean, it was definitely really fun.
Next year?
You know what? I'm actually going to shave it this summer.
Yeah.
So as soon as I leave, probably I'm going to shave it like 5-6 days, and then when I come back next season, I'm going to have it again. I need to talk to Stu about that, though. We'll see. What do you have to say about that?
There were times in the Warriors series where Andre struggled. The Warriors did things to play against him, and they did things to play you off the court at times.
Mm-hmm.
But what did you think about the way that Coach Donovan, Billy Donovan, was able to work you and Andre back into the games and keep y'all involved in the game plan?
Well, I think the one thing was they were going small. So as soon as I walked in the sub, and they were just putting small in, and then they were just trying to make that adjustment. But I think if you talk about Andre, I see him as an amazing growth. I mean, he sacrificed himself, every game, and he just went out there and just played the best he can. He just give it all out there. And I think I was just so proud of him that, we're always like working on rebound with him, and he was close to being a double machine now. He got a lot of confidence in him. He can shoot the ball really well. So I'm just really happy for him.
Anybody else?
What is your friendship like with Steven? You kind of talked about it a minute ago, and how fun is it to play with him all the time?
It's really fun because he was like one of my best friend in the team. So whenever I'm out there with him, on the court it's really different with him because he's like always laughing and stuff. But on the court he's just really serious. He's just taking his job, really serious. So as soon as he steps on the court, he's definitely a totally different person. And but definitely really fun to play with him out there because I'm saying this every time. Last year and this year, he's been helping me a lot. I mean, people will think that we have some, we play the same position, we have some competition, but it's not like that. He helped me grow as a person and a basketball player, and he's still trying to help me with everything. So I really appreciate him.
What are your plans, do you think, for the summer? Hanging out with Steven at times, going to Turkey?
Well, I got a lot of plans for this summer. So first, thinking about going to Europe for 15 days. I might go watch some Euro Cup, and then I'm gonna go to South America, just hang out there a little bit, and then I might go to Africa, go see Serge, and then end of August, I'm gonna go see. I hope, if I have time, I'm gonna go see Steven, and he has some little camp. So we just invite him over to New Zealand. I'm just going to go and meet with his friends and his family, and then just go from there.
How do you feel about the defensive improvement you made throughout the entire season?
Well, I think it was one thing that people were really talking about it last 3-4 past years, but now this season, whenever I'm out there, I feel so much comfortable because I got so much confidence in myself in defensive end because I've learned a lot from Serge, from Steven, from the coaches. So whenever I'm out there, I'm not nervous on defensive end now. I feel so much comfortable because I feel so much confidence, like I'm on offense.
Sort of nervousness?
It was not nervousness. I didn't really with Utah. I don't want to compare, but here I sat down with all this, the players and coaches, and they were explaining me step by step with everything. So whenever I'm out there right now, I just feel it's just so comfortable.
Anybody else? Makes sense.
Thank you guys. Appreciate it. Amazing year. Love you all. Thank you.
You take a picture unshaven?
Huh?
Will you
I'm gonna
post it?
post it on Twitter.
Okay.
Didn't happen if it's not on Twitter.
That's about it, isn't it? Except for Andre? In terms of ovation.
What is that?
What is it?
Get in his face.
Who we doing?
You see.
Seriously, why you stop, bro? Wow. He says, please ask Cassie.
Like, we're supposed to get in his face about it.
There's somebody who's very on Twitter. I don't know on Twitter, but they think that it's like our responsibility to like hold the team to account in a place where we make them successful. And it's our responsibility that if we get after Billy Donovan and say, why aren't you playing this guy? Convince him to do it the other way. Now he says, why are you there and back? Get better so Billy can play.
You think it would be untoward if I ask Kyle Singer what he's going to look like when he comes back next year?
Maybe
He's gonna say it like
amazing. We'll become so weird. Black history on a shirt, I'll take a picture. Hanging in there, Nate.
Hanging.
Oh.
Whereabouts? About 150.
So nice that these transcripts are up.
It's fantastico.
This would have been.
I've only seen the one though on that website.
Oh, no, there are four
fresh.
up right now. They got four up. You gotta go to the link that.
Go to the link that John sent out, just refresh it. They've got Billy, Kevin, Russ, and Sergio.
He probably sent me my guys. Oh my gosh, I got 30 emails.
Disney.
Hey guys, what was the last couple months like for you? Just this playoff run, kind of your first. I mean, I know it's lucky you guys were in the playoffs, but your first as like a major.
You said how was it?
Yeah.
I thought it was great. Despite how we ended, I don't think anybody liked that. But overall, it was great. Got a chance to gain a lot of confidence going into next season and kind of build off during the off season. And just showing that all the guys believe in the system that Billy laid out for us, and we all committed to it. And the growth has growth for the team. You know, the chemistry on and off the floor just grew tremendously throughout the whole season, and I just thought it was a great run. Just kind of ended a little early than expected.
How Billy used you, late in the Spurs series through the Warriors series. I mean, do you think was it unique to that series, or do you think you can really be utilized offensively like that?
I thought it was great on his part. The adjustment he made, just kind of playing me all around. 2 through 4, 5 at times, and I definitely feel like I could be utilized, in different areas like that next season. I just got to continue to grow as a player, work on my game, and take advantage of the off season. Just continue to grow as a player.
Especially as you mentioned, like playing that 5 where you're screening and rolling. What are some of the things that you do want to improve on that can make you even more of a threat in those situations?
Just getting better with reading the defense better first and foremost, as well as continue to gain confidence in my game, and obviously working on my shot. Every aspect of the game handles. I mean, there's a lot of areas I can improve to help this team out any way I can. So I'll do it.
What does that do for you when the Warriors scheme they scheme against you and they don't guard you, but Billy still finds ways to get you involved and make you a part of the team, and not just for you, but Ennis as well when he was schemed off the floor at times? I mean, what does that do for your confidence?
I mean, it didn't really do anything to my confidence. I just took advantage of what they gave me. You still got to go out there and be a basketball player. When they leave you wide open, you got to try to find the wide open areas. I think they kind of threw it in there more so, because Kevin Russell is such a big threat getting downhill that one guy can't stop him. So they, got to throw 2 guys on him, and it kind of junked it up in there. But Coach Donovan made a great key adjustment for me and Ennis to take advantage of it and help the team out any way we could. But I mean, that's kind of where the game's heading in terms of the small ball, and I think we did a great job of taking advantage of it.
Last year you said you could be the best defender in the league if you work toward it. I mean, how do you think you made progress toward becoming that defender?
I feel like I made a lot of progress. Like I said, continue to grow with my preparation, scouting the player, and this year I learned it's not just one person anymore; it's multiple guys that you got to scout and know what tendencies. So that'll be the next preparation. Especially guarding multiple positions and knowing everybody's game. So I'll definitely be doing better with that.
What do you think you showed in the way that you defended Kawhi Leonard and Klay Thompson this postseason?
What do you think I showed? They're obviously, two of the greatest, offensive players in this league. It shows a lot, It shows, it's a testament of, how hard I worked guarding those guys and, making it, hard for them to, score buckets. So it's just a testament, all the hard work I put in and going to continue to put in to become the best defender I can be for this team. Yeah, that's about it.
Well, Andre, confidence-wise, you guys had a stretch where the Clippers were chasing you late in the season. You got away from them, secured the 3rd spot in the Western Conference, and you got to the Western Conference Finals. You went through the Dallas series. You had to answer all the energy and the questions about the Spurs. You got past them. What is that like to get to where you are right now, the 18 playoff games? No one expected you would get that far, and yet here you are, and you had a chance. And what did you learn from all of that? Where does that take you for next year, the all season?
I liked it personally. I always kind of grew up the underdog, and I kind of felt like we were the underdog this year. Not being talked about a lot. Especially coming off the season we had, with injuries and stuff. So it's rightfully so. But we went in there, new coach, new system. It was hard in the beginning to to adjust to the changes from Scott's to Billy's system. But I think throughout the season we gained a lot of trust in it and started to see how it worked, and we just stuck together. On and off the court chemistry is a big part with any team. And I feel like we grew tremendously throughout the season. It kind of showed towards the end. taking out Spurs, and then having the Warriors on the heels 3-1. So we're only gonna get better. We're gonna continue to grow. I think we all see what we need to do in order to become the best in this league, and definitely got a taste of it playing those two top-tier teams.
Will you be nervous over the next 2 months following Kevin's free agency?
I wouldn't say nervous, because I have the utmost confidence that he'll make the right decision for himself. But we would love to have him back here. He's a great teammate, one of the best teammates I ever had. And, just a great guy to have around. So but I know he was going to do whatever he can for his future. So it's up to him.
This might be a dumb question, but when teams leave you wide open, is it almost harder to shoot when you're wide open, like mentally? Like it's like I'm open.
Yeah, it is at times, depending on the game situation, because you kind of put so much pressure on that one shot instead of you kind of tense up and you don't shoot you don't shoot your normal shot. So at times you have to deal with that mental aspect. It's just, in my opinion, it is tougher than a contested shot. So it is what it is. I got to get better with that off season. I will continue to get better with that, and try to become the best shooter I can.
How do you kind of deal with that when it almost seems disrespectful the way some teams defend you, and obviously in these last couple series you've made a point to be effective offensively, but how do you kind of deal with that mentally? Is it kind of weigh on you that like teams aren't guarding me?
No, not at all. I just take it how it is, man. If they're not guarding me, I'm gonna shoot it, or find the right pocket to get into and put the ball in the hole, or find a teammate. So I feel like I did a great job of adjusting to what the Warriors threw out there, and what teams, like you said, threw out there at times, and just making them pay off of it. I feel like we did a great job of taking advantage of it, and kind of got out of it those last couple games. So yeah, just gotta make them pay.
Do you have any long-term goals defensively, like all defensive team, that type of thing?
Definitely to make all defensive team. Continue to make my mark in this league as a defender, top defender, and I'm just kind of continue to work hard, both ends of the floor, and become the best teammate I can.
Nick mentioned you becoming kind of a role man and playing that 5 spot a little bit. Is there a player that you feel like you could maybe watch how he runs the pick and roll that you might want to try to mimic and see how he catches and drives and kicks?
I would say great person. I learned from playing against was Draymond. He kind of does that in similar ways. Just taking advantage of the shooters he has. When everybody focuses on Clay and Curry, it's kind of like with my situation, everybody focuses on Russ and Kevin. And he taking advantage of that, finding a wide open guy, or pushing in transition, kind of takes the pressure off of them and helping out with their game. So I'll definitely be watching a lot more tape on him, and a lot of guys, and kind of play that position.
Anybody else? Thanks, Trey.
All right, thank you.
The whole gang. We're gonna have everybody. Everybody's here? Keep it rolling. Keep it rolling. Is that okay?
Take the day off. How much longer until next one?
It's gonna keep rolling.
No one's stopped. 5 minutes to make a phone call, or should I stay?
I would stick around. You're gonna kind of start to clip off now.
You on this now has Katie, Russ, and Serge. I mean,
Everyone will be there. Yeah. Yep, everybody did.
Cameron, Josh Houston, McGarry. I think that's it.
Eustace, McGarry,
Transcript should be getting uploaded. Did you guys all get the links?
Yeah.
It should be so hopefully that makes life easier on everybody. It does.
They started calling him Downhill Dion.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's cool.
Yeah, talk about the playoff experience, all 3 rounds. Just kind of give us how you, first time experiencing what you did, going that far.
Man, it was a hell of a ride. Honestly, it's everything I ever dreamed of and more. Just being in that moment, especially with a great group of guys like this, man. It was just like I said, it was a hell of a ride, man. I enjoyed every moment, every single game I cherished, and it's always going to be with me for it to be my first time.
You played that way too, especially you showed it defensively. Do you feel like that's one of the things that, for you personally, kind of came out of these playoffs is to show how physical of a defender you can be?
I believe so. I just wanted to impact the game, and if it's in different ways, not just scoring, defensively, being able to handle the ball and get my teammates involved, just show different aspects of my game. And I think coaches did a tremendous job of just believing in me and having faith in me and letting me go out there and play. He just let me go out there and play. He never tried to control me or anything like that. He just told me go out there and have fun. And I think once you get a guy like that behind you, it makes everything easier.
You got the contract negotiation coming up. You told us the other night you wanted to stay. Is it a little bit of a risk with the restricted free agent setup? It worked out for Ennis. He wanted to stay, but he went ahead and signed the offer sheet. Is that something you just got to weigh in your mind? Or?
Nah, man. Honestly, I'm not even really thinking about that right now. I'm still, I'm still in this Golden State series right now. I ain't really worrying about no contract right now. Those things gonna take care of itself when the time comes. Certain things you can't control. I can't control that right now till July come, and of course when the time do come, me and my agent sit down and go over what we need to go over in that situation. And but I'm not really worrying about that right now.
But you do want to stay. You want to.
Yeah, I would like to stay. Of course, like I said before, I've never been connected to a group of guys like this. In my 4 years in the NBA, I didn't have as much fun, and just being around them guys, it don't even have nothing to do with basketball. Just the brotherhood we had in the locker room, on the road, just that connectedness we had within each other, and it was really like something special to me. And why not?
The idea of being a sixth man on a winning playoff team appeal to you in the long term?
I don't know, to be honest with you. But on this team, I do whatever. If it's gonna get us back to where we was at, I do whatever. And that's what it is.
Yeah, how do you see Billy progress throughout the year, just as a coach? What was your relationship with him like? What was he like as a coach from day one versus the end?
When I first met him, he always been a guy that, kept it real. He always listened to you. Always, his door always was open if you needed to talk to him or you felt, a certain way or things like that. You can easily approach him. He's a guy that you always can talk to or tell him what's going on or how you feel. And I just think throughout the year he did a tremendous job of adapting because you never know, especially in the NBA. Things happen so fast. It's an 82-game season. Each game is different. And I think he just did a great job of just staying with it and keeping the guys together, through the tough times too. and he's facing adversity. We all had to face it, and I just think he did a tremendous job of just keeping us cool, and just having faith in himself, and then we had faith in him. I think he did a tremendous job. He did a hell of a job this year, and he only can get better.
Had you been asked to kind of run point guard as much as you had here this year and anywhere else? And if not, what did you kind of learn about your ability to do that when it came down to handling the ball, initiating offense, and that kind of thing?
I handled the ball my first 2 years in Cleveland. Me and Kyrie used to split it, but I just think Coach always knew what I could do as far as creating for others, penetrating. A lot of things he saw in practice that a lot of people didn't see. That I think he just came to me and just said, "This what we gonna do," and go out there, run the team, and have fun doing it. So it was an easy transition for me because it's basketball at the end of the day, and all you're doing is getting downhill and creating, or you're just playing basketball. That's all it is. It's really nothing else.
That progression you took from taking those long twos, those step backs, to going downhill, I mean, what was key in making that change for you?
Nothing. I just knew when to took it. I just knew when to took the shot and when not to. So nothing haven't changed. That's one of my favorite moves, and I'm going to continue to do it no matter what. Just knowing when and when not to. I think that was the difference just in the playoff, just taking the right shot at the right time. And I'm not going to stop doing it because people say, "Oh, he takes step back too." They didn't say it when I was making it, so I'm not going to stop now.
Was there a time when there was a change, you knew you wanted to make that change and start going more downhill?
I mean, sometimes you go off feel and how guys are playing you, and sometimes certain players they wait and sit on the step back, so I knew that I can get downhill. Or some guys who back up, or if I make a move and they still there, I do the step back to create that space to get the shot off.
Yeah, I know you haven't thought about it in full, but is free agency something you kind of, it's your first time, is it something you're excited for, like you look forward to? It's like a thing that you've been looking forward to?
Oh yeah, I'm excited because I never really did a free agency. Even with my college, I was committed in 8th grade, so I didn't even have a chance to explore different colleges at the time or have like different options. So, of course, I'm looking forward to it, but it's nothing that I'm thinking about right now.
Kevin has a big decision, obviously, too. Do you have a sense of what decision he'll make this summer?
I believe Kevin make the right decision. I'm going to stick with him no matter what his decision is. That's my big brother, and I believe in him. I got all the faith in the world in him. He'll make the right decision. Nobody know what he's going to do but him.
Will your decision kind of be dictated off his? Do you want to see what he decides to where you may try to explore?
No, not really, because I'm a home man at the end of the day, and I got to do what's best for myself and my family too. But of course, I'm going to talk to him and pick his brain a little bit. But that's the most I can do.
Yeah, Slater brought up a question earlier about whether or not you want to explore possibly free agency or starting with a team or whatever. But it seems like you made that adjustment coming off the bench scoring. I thought you changed the series in round 1 in games 3 and 4 coming off the bench. Came off the bench in game 5 in San Antonio, hit the big 3. It seems like you made that adjustment. I know, is it difficult coming in, having to, score like that? But it seems like you're comfortable with that.
Yeah. Honestly, man, like I just said, on this team, I'm willing to do whatever. As long as we winning, I can care less. I care about starting or coming off the bench on this team. For somewhere else, I don't know. But here, we so good, we so deep, and it makes everything easier for us, especially when you got a guy like Kev and Russ who's going to get all the attention. His job is to come in there. It's easier because it's really one-on-one with you and your guy, and I feel as though I get by my guy, and just try to make something happen.
Anybody else for Deion? All right, thank you.
Yeah.
A second win. Yeah.
You're gonna get fired for saying that. I'm gonna put out a tweet.
Start blowing it on. Okay. So you're gonna
Party?
How's it going, everybody? It's a lot of tension in here.
What was watching the playoffs from your perspective like?
I mean, it was an amazing experience. I think the biggest thing that I've noticed, like, there's a certain intensity to regular season games, but when you get to the playoffs, it's just like a different beast. The crowd's on their feet the whole game. It's louder. Just the tension between the two teams is higher just because they know what's at stake. So it was an amazing experience getting to see up close and personal like these great players, great teams go at each other, and I'm really looking forward to many more trips.
Where do you feel like your game is compared to where it was at this time last year?
I mean, I think it's progressed a lot. Just having the opportunity to go against some of the best players in the world every single day. I look at it as if you want to be the best, you've got to train against the best. And, every day I had a chance to go in and play against guys like Kevin and Russ and guard them and go against them. And that has made me a better player. And then working with the amazing staff we have here has definitely progressed my game too.
How did the end of the season when you actually got some solid playing time, how did that maybe help you going into the summer knowing where you are in a sense?
It was a nice little, a nice test for me, a nice chance to get out there and, kind of sharpen my teeth against guys that I'm going to be going against in the future, and it helped give me the confidence to know that I can have an impact when I do go out there. I was able to go out and contribute and play well, so just the fact that I had that experience has given me a lot of confidence going into the summer.
Do you feel like you'll enter training camp next season with like a real chance to try to carve out some minutes?
I do. I mean, obviously this is a big summer for me, and I'm going to use it as a chance to continue to improve and get to the point where I can be a real help to the team and help take us to the next level.
You compete summer league?
Yes. Yep. I'll be there.
Have you been given any instructions from the team or anything from Billy in terms of what you need to specifically work on in summer league this year?
So, the biggest thing for me is to be somebody that can contribute in every area. To be as versatile as I can, to be able to shoot, to be able to drive, defend, but most of all to be an energy guy that can, help change the game in ways like that. Things like defense and rebounding, getting deflections. Those are the biggest things for me, just having energy and effort. And that's something, it's just completely in my control, going in every single game and having that mindset.
Is that something you kind of learned from the playoffs too? Like, these are the types of guys that, the energy guys that can impact the game on both ends of the floor is what you kind of have to be able to compete in the playoffs. So.
Absolutely. I mean, every team's got their stars, but, not every team can win a championship, and the teams that do are the ones that have guys that can step in and bring that little extra to the table, the energy and effort guys.
came in with Mitch, but he was kind of more expected more to have a role with this team. How frustrating do you think it's been for him behind the scenes? How have you kind of seen him have to accept, not really playing?
Obviously all of us are competitors and we all want to play. But one thing I can say about Mitch is that every day he comes in, Mitch is Mitch. He's got a smile on his face, he jokes, and he goes to work. I think the competitive nature that he's got will motivate him to keep working and use this as motivation and inspiration to, try to work even harder and to get more time.
The way that Billy was able to use Andre in the playoffs, and particularly in the Western Conference Finals, was that encouraging to you, seeing the way that he was able to use Andre's skill set?
Absolutely. I mean, that just goes to show, how great of a coach that Billy is, just that he was able to use something that other teams may have looked at in a certain way. They were trying to exploit, with their defense, they were trying to exploit it, but the way that Billy was able to use Andre and his skill set to take our team to the next level. And, it goes to show, like I was talking about earlier, like those energy guys, like Andre was a huge factor this year in the playoffs for us. I mean, he was able to not only, knock down shots, but he was a great defender, rebounder, everything along those lines. So it was really encouraging to me to see that.
Do you see yourself having a primary position? Do you see yourself as a 2, a 3, a stretch 4 possibly, or?
Man, with the way that the NBA is kind of trending right now, it's hard for me to say, you know what I mean? I see myself as somebody who will, fit into whatever position they want me to. I think that I have the skill set and the size to be able to play the 2, the 3, or the 4. But like I said, with the way the NBA is trending, I mean, you've got like Golden State's playing Iguodala and Green at the 5. So, I mean, whatever trend or whatever style we want to play, I feel like I can play whatever position the team wants me to.
Josh, you're kind of a novelty the way that you went to the D-League your first year and then you came up here, and I'm wondering now you've had the full year here and the full year there. How has that affected your development on the court level?
I think it's given me a different perspective in terms of like what it takes. I think having an opportunity to spend a year in the D-League showed me, you've got these guys who are, late 20s, still trying to make it, working away, plugging away, trying to make it to that next level, and seeing that, it was really interesting to me just because it showed how badly some people really want it, and like you get these really talented guys down there that just haven't made it yet, and that just showed to me like how much work it really does take, how much effort and how much I need to work to make sure that I can, contribute at this level. Because there's always a lot of people that are trying to be here, man, and you can't take it for granted, and so I think it was really influential on my work ethic.
When you head to the summer, I'm sure you got 25 things you want to work on here and there, but how crucial do you think just the 3-point shot is in just you sticking in the league and having a role?
I mean, I think it's crucial. I think it's big to be able to knock down, at the very least, a consistent corner 3. With the way, especially with my position, the way it's trending, that corner 3 is becoming basically the most important shot in the game right now. So I think that's crucial, being able to hit those open threes, not only because it spreads out the defense, because it's a very important shot. So that's something I'm going to continue to work on and become as consistent as I can.
Anything else? Thanks, Josh.
Thanks, everybody.
Good summer.
Steals. They're trying to get out of here too. He could be a Keep him sending to leave.
Well, they used to bring us lunch.
Yeah. They got decent mechanics on the shot. He shoots it well.
We're paying for our transcripts, so.
That's true. I'd honestly rather have the transcripts.
I don't even take an hour and a half.
Yeah. I just don't know.
Just bring it. Would you rather that way?
Give you a half-hour break.
Recess.
Go ahead, guys.
What was just the playoff vibe? I know it was your first postseason run. What was it like from your perspective?
It was special. It was it's a type of environment that you would expect an NCAA tournament being like, but at another level, at a higher level. It definitely gives better teams chances to advance and to play for an NBA championship. But it was special playing against San Antonio, Golden State, because those teams are examples of championship level teams and teams that have won NBA championships.
What was the difference behind the scenes from what you're used to in the regular season, where game to you're focused on one team and everyone's locked in?
What's the background?
What's the difference as far as preparation and just the vibe of the team? I guess during those runs.
You definitely get a feel for how guys prepare a little bit more. To really put your focus in on one team kind of allows guys to go about their scouting or their preparation in kind of their own way. So to get a view of how guys go about that is a teaching tool for yourself.
What was this season like for you? And it was up and down. You got hurt, didn't shoot the ball as well as I'm sure you would have liked to. What was it like for you?
It was a special year for me because I learned a ton. Got to experience something that I never experienced before getting to the playoffs. Personally, I think there's always that feeling of wanting to do better, to perform better. So I definitely have that. But to go through a full year with the team was amazing. I don't want to be anywhere else. I don't want to play for another team. This team is the best team that I've ever played for. So I don't take anything back, and I really gained some experience and some knowledge going through this year.
Are you healthy now? I mean, you had the back injury in the midst of the season, and before you had that back injury, you were performing really well. It seemed like it kind of threw you off for a couple of weeks after that. But how do you feel physically?
Yeah, I'm good. Yeah. It's a weird thing going through a back injury and being out just a few days and then all of a sudden feeling good again. So.
How frustrating was that for you? Because right before that, you seemed like you were really starting to find your rhythm, corner threes, and then you hurt your back, and then you were kind of out again and tried to have to work back into that rhythm.
Any injury stuff, it kind of it puts you out of what you do, of what you love to do. So kind of how I viewed it was, it's just a test. It's a test to see how resilient you are. As a team too, I thought we kind of held up as a group, but individually, I just had a couple times where I wasn't able to play. So it's a tough thing to go through, but you got to figure out why you're going through it and to learn from it.
Your career shooting numbers in Detroit, near 40% three-point shooter, really dipped this season. Why do you think your shooting numbers specifically dipped?
Well, I haven't made as many shots.
Is there a reason, more consistent playing time in Detroit, anything like that, or just?
They're all factors. Everything's a factor. But bottom line is, just got to shoot the ball better at the end of the day.
As you went through the playoffs, you said you learned a ton. And was one of those things just sort of like a guy with your size, length, profile, ability to impact the game on both ends? Or is that the type of player that is necessary in the playoffs? It seemed like Thunder has a lot of those guys. Golden State had a lot of those guys. San Antonio had a lot of those guys.
Yeah, but then you also throw other guys in the mix too, like Russell and Kevin, Serge. Those guys are special. Yeah, Steven Adams. Andre had a great series for us. Guys off our bench, dudes that can really contribute to our team. Kind of all bring something unique and different to the team. So for me, we have everything that we need to win an NBA championship. We were right there. But the things that you learn and you pick up are, why didn't you do it? Why didn't you get it done? And I think those lessons and those aspects of getting into playoff games are what is valuable at the end of the day.
What's your off season going to consist of in terms of training? I mean, are you going to be primarily here? Are you going to go back to Oregon, or what's that going to be like?
Yeah, I'll be here. I'll take a couple trips just to kind of get away, but my training and my summer is going to be in Oklahoma.
Are there any guys on the team specifically you work with?
Staff-wise?
Oh, I'm talking like players.
Yeah, whenever. I mean, I'm sure there's going to be a ton of guys that stick around. They'll come and go, but yeah, I mean, guys will spend most of their time here as well, and we'll work out together. Maybe play 1-on-1, 2-on-2, depending on how many guys are here. Maybe leading up to Summer League, there'll be some 5-on-5, and I think I'll get into some of that as well.
Anybody else? Thanks, Kyle.
Thanks.
Appreciate it, guys.
Seriously, one player that shouldn't have come in at all. It's like during media day, and they're bringing the 10-day contract guys. And they're like, all right, let's try to come up with 8 questions as to Dwight Bikes. Like, how you have no chance to make this team at all. You're here as a courtesy, basically. Oh my God, what's their third?
But with Dwight Bikes, if you just talk about the great ways people have mispronounced his name.
Who likes? Wait.
Booyaks. Booyaks.
Michael Cobbins.
Oh, I got 8.
He's not a good example.
Hand that one over to me.
Go off on an exclusive 1-on-1 off the side.
I think they'd allow it.
Can I get take him to lunch? I've never seen it. He looks like the land. Whatever that name was in Ice Age. Sloth? Yeah, Sloth. Some incredible hair on this team. It's similar. I just wish we were dressed as comfortably as they do. Keeping it together, Brad? Need some food. Something just reminded me about, remember what Serge said last year? It's asked about Scott Brooks doing that. What did he say? It was like something like, well, why wouldn't he be? Like, why? He did a great job. Of course he'll be back.
My favorite. This gets lost in his guarantee. Dragging back. Ain't no big four.
I know. I thought he said straight four at first, and I was like, what's a straight four?
That's definitely cool.
Man, this is like journal heaven right here, isn't it? It's almost like got
It's
too
almost
much.
too much. You gotta hold back some of the stuff or some of the stories we'll be doing over the summer, but just hit up the main points as many as I can.
Oh yeah, I forgot it. I would always like throw people off, like journal do that, like post a story like in July or something, with exit interview quotes. And, like
But it gives the appearance that it's like exclusive interview or something because everybody's forgotten the clothes and forgotten thing. I always see it man, we have done talk to Thabo Sefolosha. Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
Come on,
It's more like an endurance test.
Kevin Mitch. So we hanging in there? Hanging in there?
He's running 3 hours late. Good bag of chips. Here or around here.
Getting there.
2 left, right?
What?
2 left?
Yeah, 2 left.
Be sure that's Mitch McGarry if he's going to consult Kevin. I need that. Later, broskies.
See you.
See you.
Yeah, we're gonna record the last. And then, it's in the F drive, WGLS player. Yeah, I think I think like 5 people. Texted him. And Hagan told me, look, Hagan has already down. To make sure. Oh, yeah.
Wayne that's left.
Gary. I'm just, weird. I don't know what that is. Making sure I've got it all.
What you need?
And more.
And months.
And months.
You need months? Very much so.
I need to charge my computer.
Everybody's been
I know, it's gonna be, we're getting an exclusive.
Exclusive will be Gary. Them. I admire your perseverance. I admire your perseverance. So that goes to sleep. I didn't have to actually. One brother. Great job, great effort.
Supposed to bring a player with you, Nick.
Zach?
Supposed to bring a player with you.
Unfortunately, we've hit a wall.
How do you hit a wall?
What's up?
Kevin Durant.
Yeah. Oh, those copies there? Oh. Can I have these?
Kevin Durant.
There's a bunch of
Yeah, they're all on.
put outside there.
Oh,
There's two copies.
They're all on.
Nice,
Well, it was all kinds of wrong.
Cool, I love it.
They're all on.
There's a bunch outside too.
Party people.
How you guys doing?
Good, you?
Pretty good. Pretty good.
What was, I know obviously you had what was that playoff run like from the side?
Insane, crazy. Just like the atmosphere of arenas, how intense the games, like they amplified to another level from regular season to playoffs. Just being a part of it was amazing because last year, we didn't make the playoffs, unfortunately, and we didn't get our end goal of winning a championship, but we've played the two best teams in the league this year, and I thought we held our own. We left it all on the court, and fortunately, Golden State got us.
Even though you didn't play, can that help you at all as far as?
Definitely. Just being in that position, we took the Spurs to 6 games, being in a Game 7, not being out on the court, but mentally just being in the game, locked in the game, seeing what goes in and out of the game, just through timeouts, being engaged, seeing little things, picking up on things, giving guys little pointers really can help me in future in my game as well.
Mitch, we couldn't always see your progression this year. What do you think you progressed on this year, and what do you think you have to do moving forward?
My passing, personally, different player than all the other bigs on the team. Can handle the ball a little bit better, and the coaches really strived on, showing my passing skills. I worked on that a lot this year, and my shooting, obviously, just a lot of footwork stuff. Defensively, trying to be essentially a traffic cop on defense and see everything, call out, screens and switches because we're the last line of defense, and just another learning year, man. I'm very excited for next year. Fortunately, didn't get the shot I wanted this year. That's mainly on me. Just didn't get things going. So next year, this summer is very big for me to possibly get things going next year.
When you talked about being kind of locked into the games and how things were playing out, it seems like the way that teams defend Kevin and Russell, big man in the center of the floor with the ball in his hands is often something that's asked of big men on this team. Is that a role you feel like you can fulfill?
Definitely. I think that's something we could incorporate. Mainly because they are double and triple teamed every time they touch the ball. So, having that outlet in the middle of the floor that can put it down, dribble on the perimeter, make an occasional 3, maybe. But I definitely think that we can incorporate that, and that would be a big part in our offense.
When you say it was on, mainly you not playing this year, was on you, what do you mean?
It's just a lot of learning this year, like learning steps, and I didn't, take the right steps just to give myself a shot. I wasn't always in the best shape, and mainly that, just trying to stay healthy and be on the court. I had some injuries this year again, and hopefully they can be prepared after this summer to stay injury free and knock on wood and go from there.
This team is pretty loaded with good young big men. Do you feel like you want to stay here and this is a place you want to prosper, or potentially a change of scenery?
I love it here. I wouldn't want to leave, and I love playing with these guys, alongside these guys. These guys are fun. We're all around the same age. Ennis and Steve and I, Serge a few years older, and Nick's our grandpa basically. But he takes us under his wing, him and Nazi, and they teach us the ropes sometimes.
but I couldn't imagine playing for another team. This is the team that drafted me. I like staying loyal, but I just want to play ball. That's it.
When you stepped away for your personal reasons, when you came back to the team, what did that do for you personally, aside from basketball?
Just put things in perspective. I've been playing this game for so long. When you stop playing, it kind of puts things in perspective and realize that this is what you're doing. This is what you've been doing your whole life. So just keep grinding and stay with it.
Is defense the biggest thing for you, do you think, moving forward? You mentioned traffic cop, but just, really.
Just attention to detail, not taking possessions off defensively, just staying engaged the whole possession. Seeing man and ball, it's a lot going on, and I try to watch what Steven did this playoffs, this whole season. He did a great job of his growth was tremendous, and just how he saw the floor defensively and called out switches, ended up guarding guards with 5 on the shot clock, and doing a great job, and us getting stops. So just trying to see what Steven did and apply it to my game.
Summer League? Will you compete in that?
I plan on it. I don't really know. That's not my call, but I plan on it.
Is that up to Donovan?
Coach or Sam? I don't know. It's not my call.
Do you think you'll have a real shot to carve out some minutes next season when you get into camp? Is that up to you?
I mean, I think overall it would be on me, just because if I play to my potential, I think I got a pretty good shot at playing. Obviously, I love the guys on the team. I don't want to take any minutes away from them, but I want to win. I want to play, and just got the love for the game, the passion, and I can bring a lot of energy to the game. So whatever I can do to help the team is what I'm going to do. So this summer, though, is very important for me personally. Kind of going to be selfish in a way, of just getting my body back in shape where I can have that ultimate shot of playing next year.
How hard is that? I think it was this time last year you were talking about, you're getting a new chef and all this. Like, how hard has that been to
Pretty difficult. Consistency is probably the one key. I can always start on a diet, but you're never gonna stay on it. But no, basically just consistency, man. We had guys come in and strength coach and trainers come in all year long and just adding guys to our program and only to help us and to benefit us. So to try and incorporate that with our daily routine was just difficult. And like I said, consistency is just the key. Just staying consistent with your daily routines and staying in shape.
Does that make this summer maybe your biggest test, because you're going to be away from the strength coaches if you're on vacation or whatever?
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, right now I haven't played the majority of the last 2 years, so this is a big key for me in my career if I want to keep it going. Because if I want to prove the player that I am and that I have the potential to be, that I know I can play at this level and be an elite player with some of the guys up there. This is a big summer for me to prove myself.
You mentioned Serge as being a guy, that you can kind of lean on, learn from. Has that collection of big man playing in front of you, Ennis, Steven, helped to kind of show you, some of the things? They each offer different things in terms of mentoring, and their games.
Definitely. Serge from the defensive aspect, he's a rim protector and knock down shots. One of the best mid-range and three-point shooters in the country, or in the league, I think, from the 4 spot. And I think that's what I learned from him this year. Just, I really learned, but just working out with him, getting shots up and really trying to work on our skills from, beyond the arc and mid-range. Ennis can score the ball well and rebound. That's something I like to do, is rebound. So, I take things from the guys, just seeing them this whole year, and Steven especially, being around the rim defensively, making passes. just trying to incorporate everything that they do into my game is pretty cool.
Anybody else? Thanks, Mitch.
Sweet. Thank you,
Mitch.
Appreciate you guys.
Thanks, man. No more locked doors.
Oh, you know. So he was wearing. This is really weird. Look, he was wearing. We got done at 9. Sure. Like they unbuttoned it. They buttoned it up top and then buttoned it down. And there's a next Friday, Davy Joker and CSO. Next Friday.
Obscure next Friday references.
I've never seen Next Friday.
I don't think I've ever seen the first one.
The first one's really good.
Yeah. That's what I ended up, and now it's still up for only like 5 minutes.
Yeah, what do you see?
Do what? I've been sitting the whole time.
Oh, okay.
Same. That's David going, okay, so then. Figured that out a long time ago.
Not once. Not in 8 years.
Man, it was a really great season. Made the West Conference Finals my first year. Couldn't ask for anything better than that. I experienced a lot. I learned a lot. We went through a lot of adversity this year, and it helped us grow as a team. And with me being a part of that, I mean, I feel like it's gonna make me a really good player.
How about the playoffs specifically? You know, kind of pulled in and out of the rotation, especially in the Spurs series. Just being in that environment, but also playing and struggling at times.
Well, it's definitely different from the regular season for sure. It's just you have to be very focused every day, locked in, because you never know when you're gonna get in. Like you said, I was pulled in and out, so just coming in, staying ready, paying attention to the game plan. It's just a different level from the regular season. So it was a lot of fun, but getting pulled in and out, this is just a learning experience. I just know I got to be better.
You were in against San Antonio. Did you feel like yourself, or was just the environment at times maybe just a little bit too much?
Nah, I felt like myself. I just wanted to make the right play every time. And I mean, that can get you sometimes instead of just being relaxed and just going out and playing.
What do you remember about the stretch where, you weren't in the rotation to start the year, and then I think it was like right around Christmas or so, they put you in, you had a big game, like your first game, and then you kind of went off. I mean, is that something you kind of look back on, that like 10 or so game stretch?
I look back at it all the time, just to see when I first started playing and stuff. But I felt like I was just so anxious to play. I was so anxious, and once I got the opportunity, I felt like I was ready. I felt like I prepared for it, and I came out and I played pretty good. I feel like I had gained a lot of trust then, and a lot of people, felt like I was a pretty good player. So I felt like I was doing a pretty good job during that little stretch, but it fell off. I started missing shots, and I kind of let that get to me instead of just going to the next game. But like I said, this year has been up and down. Got hit a lot of adversity, but it made me a better player.
Like, people say like rookie wall or whatever. I mean, but is there anything to that, the shooting, or what kind of led to those struggles mid-season?
I wouldn't say rookie wall. I really feel like I didn't hit that wall because I feel like I hit that wall because of the people on our team. They just, keep you going. But I mean, it's basketball. You're not gonna make every shot, so things gonna happen. Things not gonna go your way. So you just gotta be happy with the result, no matter what.
When they traded DJ, did you feel like they were handing over that backup role to you at first?
Kinda, sorta, but at the same time, I mean, we were getting somebody in return, so I never felt that it was just given to me. I knew I still was in competition, still had to work hard, still had to come in every day and do the same thing I was doing to keep that position or to get it back.
You obviously showed your quickness, your vision, playmaking ability. Towards the end of the season, you guys gave you a ton of credit for the way you defended in that Spurs game to end the year. Where, I guess maybe in your conversations, where can you continue to grow? Where are your top priority areas to get better?
I got to get bigger, first off. I got to get bigger. I know I look 12 every game, but I definitely got to get bigger. I got to work on my defense, still get better defensively. Like I say all the time, offense is going to come. It's going to come with playing defense and getting stops and getting on the break and things like that, and that's what comes out of me when we just get playing, just in transition and things like that. So me getting better defensively and getting bigger is the main two focus points.
Are you still using the walking boot when you're not playing, and what was the reason for that? Can you kind of explain that for us?
It was just precautionary. I mean, we got great doctors there. They were just looking out for me. But I mean, now, just getting ready for Summer League. I'm not in it anymore. Just getting ready for Summer League.
You're definitely going to play Summer League?
As of right now, yes, I am.
Were you surprised at all that your dancing pregame with Russ kind of took off like it did? I mean, all eyes are on you guys now. I mean, it's all over the internet. It almost causes a fight kind of there towards the end of the year.
Yeah, I actually was surprised because we was doing it all season. No one cared. I mean, probably a site will put something up about it. I know we did, the Thunder did a lot, but no one really cared because, I mean, they were just getting ready for the game. You know what I'm saying? So now when the playoffs came, the Mavericks really made a big deal, and the fact that it came on every night, we played. It was a TV game, so they seen us every night doing it. So I felt like that's why people, you know what I'm saying, felt the need to talk about it.
Is it fun, that phenomenon at all for you? I'm sure your friends are texting you and you're dancing with one of the biggest stars.
Yeah, it's fun. It's definitely fun. I mean, to actually, you know what I'm saying, people want to distract or take away from something that you're doing, like they make it seem like they jealous, you know. I mean, it's obviously fun because I like getting in people's heads. So with us doing that, people felt like, I'm saying, they trying to show us up or something, and it's like, nah, we're just getting ready for the game. It's just something we do every day. So I mean, it was a ton of fun.
What did you learn most from Russ this year?
Being ready every day, being ready to come out and play every day. That's the main thing, because he does it every day. No matter if we just watching film, no matter if we just getting treatment, or if it's a game day, he come ready for anything we have to do, and that's one of the biggest things that he taught me this year.
Not every rookie's personality kind of impacts the locker room. Did you get a sense that just through the relationship with Russ and with Kevin and some of these guys that you were able to kind of make an impact off the court, even if you weren't necessarily in the rotation at certain times?
I kind of felt like I did, but I mean, just the same way I try to get them to give me confidence, I just try to do the same back in return. Just, you know, while I'm on the bench, just try to give them any little ounce of confidence they need to make the next shot or make the next defensive stop, or even in practice. You know what I'm saying? Just try to keep talking. You know what I'm saying? Anything to give some confidence, it goes a long way. So.
Even though you didn't play much in the playoffs, do you get a sense from the organization they view you as a big piece moving forward, starting next season?
I mean, I felt like me being there and watching is going to help me. It's going to help me for sure. But I really don't know what they got for me. I'm just going to be ready. When my name is called, I'll be ready.
The handshakes with Russ obviously kind of blew up, but you've got something with every single player. So like, I feel like you have that more than any other guy on the team with every guy. So what's up? Did you like walk up to guys and say, let's think of a handshake, or did that just kind of happen?
Nah, everybody has a handshake with everybody, but it's just the starting five handshakes are just kind of, they real good. You just gotta make them real good. But I mean, I just have something with everybody. I just feel that's the type of person I am. I want to be special with that player, with you. So just because it got a lot of attention, I feel it's just something that I do. I just like to, you know what I'm saying? What's the word I'm looking for? I just like to be cool with everybody. That's basically all it is. I'm a fun guy. I like smiling. I like seeing other people smile. So just a little handshake, it goes a long way. So I just try to keep it updated all the time.
What's your favorite one?
Me and Russ, for sure. Just because we change it on the fly every game.
Was there a point you were really frustrated about a lack of playing time this season? And was there any way you had to like bounce out of that?
Definitely. At the beginning, because I mean, I wanted to play every game if I could. But like I said, it's just adversity. Something you got to fight through. But like I've been saying all year, just got to be ready for whenever my name is called. Just got to keep working. And once I get the opportunity, just be ready for it.
Did watching the playoffs, Randy Foye and Andre Robertson defend out there, did that kind of teach you how important, those minor things in the game are?
Definitely. But we got that all from listening and studying the game plan. Like in the Spurs series, when I was in the rotation, my biggest thing was figure out what Patty Mills did constantly, over and over. Him and Tony Parker constantly with one of my coaches, and it helped me. It helped me defensively. So I feel like the game plan and listening and focusing in, and actually, like you said, watching other players, it helps a lot.
When you say trying to figure out Patty Mills, I mean, would you just watch tape of like every play and just watch Patty Mills?
Yeah, I definitely watched a lot of tape about him, just what his tendencies were. Like him going right, like the shoot going right, just little things like that when you get in the game, you know what I'm saying, you know his tendencies basically.
Anybody else? Thanks, Cam.
Appreciate it, Cam.
No problem.
Good summer, Cam.
Thank you, appreciate
See you in Orlando.
That was the most efficient exit interview in history.
So dude got a ticket for going 9 miles over the speed limit, 9 miles per hour over the speed limit, and paid a $220 ticket in all pennies. Oh, just round it out.
Nine's not. You really make me think about nine. I mean, like that's not.
I feel like, well, he was pissed. I got a ticket in college for going.
Yeah, that's more like.
I got a ticket. I was going 38 and 35.
Okay, that.
And I got a ticket. That